The Commission resumed. We were asked to. No, that's right. We were asked to wait until certain documents were copied for us, which has now happened. I want to thank Ms. Pillay for doing that. We're happy to see the National Commissioner back, although what really will be the last lap, I take it. I think I'll better swear you in again. You've probably forgotten. Would you stand, please? You swear that the evidence you'll give before this resumed sitting of the Commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please raise your right hand and say, I swear so help me God. Thank you. Please, you can be seated. Mr. Gumbi.
Commissioner.
Chair, before Mr. Gumbi starts with his cross-examination, may I place myself on record? I will be attending to the National Commissioner during this period and doing her re-exam. The name is Sello, S-E-L-L-O.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So you'll do the re-examination once
Chair.
Mr. Gumbi's finished the cross-examination.
Indeed, Chair.
Apa umama usello uyena oza ubuza imibuzo ku-commissioner egameni laba bemele amapolisa emva kokuba umhlekazi uGumbe segqibile.
Yes, thank Chairperson and the commissioners.
You've given notice of you're going to use certain documents, and Ms. Pillay has very kindly marked them as exhibits already for us. And I take it you know the exhibit numbers already, do you? So we can proceed quite smoothly.
Yes, Chairperson, some of them, but I think maybe it would be better if we go through all set of documents I distributed, then I mark all of them as exhibit.
Right. So shall we do that now so that before you ask the National Commission any questions, so you can proceed smoothly? Right?
Yes, Chairperson.
Well, what I've been given, firstly, is marked FFF 34.1 is a document headed Statement issued by the South African Human Rights Commission to condemn the killing of police officers.
Yes.
Dated 24 May. That's FFF 34.1, that's correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
Then, I don't know why it's 34. Then the next document is FFF 34.2. It's it looks like a document downloaded from the internet. It's headed Fiega, colon, cop killed every 10 days.
Yes, Chairperson.
In the next document, FFF 34.3 is a document with two photographs at the top, and then the first line is Mtetwa and National Police Commissioner General Beki strongly condemned the killing of two police officers.
Yes, Chairperson. It has two copies.
Yeah, there appear to be 2 pages of that.
Yes.
And then the next one, FFF 34.4, is a document, 2 more cops gunned down, dash, Beki Cele. That correct? So that's
yes,
that bundle of
yes, Chairperson.
Then we've got FFF 35. It looks like list of, what's the next word? List of shooters
at scene 1.
Shooters or shotters scene 1.
Yes, Chairperson.
That's 35. Then FFF 36 is copy of the opening statement on behalf of cop crew. Is that right?
Yes,
then
Chairperson.
that's 36. Then we've got some documents which haven't been given exhibit numbers yet. Now, I think these were documents that you gave us earlier.
Yes, I gave it earlier while we were still in Rustenburg.
Yes. Well, the first one is headed Save Our, headed Save Our Cops. Is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
So you want that to be FFF 37?
FFF 37.
Do you?
Yes, Chairperson.
37 it will be. Then the next document, which presumably will be 38, FFF 38, is the modus operandi of peace killers in 4 provinces of South Africa. It's an article by Professor Herman Conradi of the Department of Criminology at UNISA.
Yes.
Next one, FFF 39, is an article from 3 surgeons, I think, from the Department of Surgery at the University of Witwatersrand. It's headed Death and Injury on Duty, the study of South African police officers. Is that right?
Yes,
F 39. F 40 is a document, article by J. Pinar and S. Rothman, who are from the Northwest University, Research Unit for People, Policy and Performance. It's called Occupational Stress in the South African Police Service.
Yes, Chairperson.
F 40. And then F 41 is again an article by Pinar and Rothman from Northwest University. And this will be F 41, as I said. It looks like suicide ideation in the South African Police Service. Is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
F 42 looks like a document downloaded from the internet. Remarks by the Minister of Police E.N. Mtetwa at the official opening of the South African Police Service Medical Scheme, House, Linwood, Pretoria. Is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
And then we've got F 43, looks like another speech by the Minister. This time remarks by the Minister of Police Ian Mtetwa MP on the occasion of the Summit Against Police Killings, Birchwood Hotel, Boksburg, Gauteng.
Yes.
And that appears to be, looks like the 8th of July, 2011.
Yes.
So those are all the documents that you're going to refer to.
zonke ezincwadi bethetha ngazo umhlekazi uGumbi ezinikezwe kuCommissioner nabanye kusuka ku-34 kuya ku-43 ezithetha ngokubulawa kwamapolisa ngabantu abahlukahlukile.
Well, the witness is being sworn in, and all your documents are now ready, and you can start cross-examining.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the Commissioners. National Commissioner, let me take this opportunity to greet you.
Mandibulise kuqala National Commissioner.
As a point of entry, National Commissioner, maybe through you, Chairperson, there are a few housekeeping issues that I wanted to convey to the Chairperson and the Commissioners in this proceeding. I would like to place on record, Chairperson and the Commissioners, that at the end of this cross-examination, POPCRU is going to withdraw from participating in this commission until further notice, and it appreciated the opportunity that has been given to them to participate in this proceeding. I really appreciate that.
Uveza umhlekazi uGumbi ukuba ekugqibeleni apha xa egqiba ukubuza uCommissioner iPOPCRU iza kuzihoqisa kule koluphando bulela uCommissioner ukuba abanike ithuba lokuba babe khona bamele umbutho wamapolisa ekuthiwa iPOPCRU kodwa ke uyahoqa ngoku kude kube xesha elizayo.
And furthermore, we'd like to place on record that we'll continue to participate in this proceeding representing Lieutenant Colonel Baloyi and the families of the late Warrant Officer Lepako.
Is Officer Baloyi now?
Lieutenant Colonel Baloyi.
Is he a Lieutenant Colonel, is he?
Yes.
I see, thank you.
Bamele ababili abaseleka uColonel Baloyi nalo umnye
Lepako family.
So we will still see you, but you'll only be wearing one hat and not two,
Yes, Chairperson.
metaphorically speaking. Yes. All right. So is that the housekeeping?
Yes, those are housekeeping
So
issues.
you're now ready to bowl your first delivery at the with.
Yes, Chairperson.
asayivezele kona ntetho uzawubuza imibuzo yakhe ngoku apha ku-National Commissioner.
National Commissioner, maybe as a point of entry, let me identify the parties I represent as I'm cross-examining you right now. In this proceeding, I represent POPCRU. I represent Lieutenant Colonel Baloyi, the families of the late Warrant Officer Lepako, who was hacked to death by the armed protesters on the 13th of August 2012.
Abantu abamele uthi umele inhlangano iPOPCRU nungasekho uBaloyi uColonel no warrant officer uLiphaku ngasekho naye ifamily zabo.
Maybe to make a correction on that, Chairperson, Lieutenant Baloyi and the families of the late warrant officer Lephaku.
Lieutenant Baloyi, Colonel Baloyi, no Nansika no ngasekho ifamily engasekho uLiphaku warrant officer.
Yeah. National Commissioner, the widow of the late warrant officer Lephaku, her entire family, and the mother of the late warrant officer Lephaku, they are also keen to know the circumstances surrounding the brutal attack of warrant officer Lephaku, and Lieutenant Baloyi also again on the other hand, he's so keen to know the circumstances surrounding his attack on the 13th of August 2012.
Into yabazitha apha kokuba ifamily umfelokazi isihlobo nezalamane nomama kaMufi uLiphaku bafuna ukwazi okokuba kwenzeka kanjani kude kubulawe ngesihluko esingaka isihlobo sabo no Colonel Baloyi naye ngokunjalo kuba azahlasele nje kwakwenzeke ntoni.
There are two topics I wanted to discuss with you, National Commissioner. And those two topics, they emanate from paragraph 11 of your statement. That is triple F3, if may I make a reference in that regard.
As in non-teta ngazo zivela apha kwi-statement sakho kwi-sivakalisi 11.
Can I refer you to your statement, paragraph 11? Are you in possession of that statement, triple F3, paragraph 11?
Yes, I am.
Paragraph 11 of your statement, National Commissioner, you raised two issues. The issue of police killing in South Africa and the issue of employee health and wellness. Do you see that?
Kulapho commission ethetha khona ngokubulawa kwamapolisa nenhlalo nje nenhlalonhle nempilo yamapolisa apha emsebenzini.
Yes, I do.
Popku's opening remarks in this commission, we raised these issues of police killing. We made a submission that when the commission make its recommendation to be submitted to the president, one of the issues that the commission must look at is the high rate of police killing in South Africa. That's why I wanted to discuss this topic with you.
Popku sizocela ekugqibeleni kwale commission xa kwenziwa izindululo eziyakurhulumente okokuba iveze le commission imibono yayo maqondana nalento yokubulawa kwamapolisa.
And the reason why we said this commission must look at this issue, it is because the late warrant officer Lephaku and Lieutenant Baloyi, who survived the brutal attack of armed protesters on the 13th of August 2012, were our members as POP.
Into esenza kokuba singene kulento kokuba umfilo uLiphaku owasweleka ngale mini mhla ka-13 August kwakulungu lethu ke no Colonel Baloyi lo owahlaselwa naye ngomnye olungu lethu.
And we further made a submission to this commission that the working condition of SAP members is one of the issues that this commission must look at when compiling its report to be submitted to the president.
Enye into esicela ukuba le commission yenze izindululo ngayo imeko amapolisa asebenza phansi kwayo.
So when we debate these two topics, National Commissioner, I want you and me to confine ourselves to facts presented or to be presented in this commission, especially the incident of the 13th of August 2012, wherein 2 police officers were killed and 1 of police officers survived the brutal attack of these armed protesters.
Ngako ke ntando kokuba sijongisise kwesehlakalo somhla ka-13 August xa kusweleka amapolisa amabili kuhlasela nalona omnye kwintetho yethu namhlanje.
Let's deal with the first topic, the one dealing with police killing in South Africa.
Masize kule yokubulawa kwamapolisa eSouth Africa.
Firstly, I will deal with your general understanding of police killing in South Africa in brief. Thereafter, I will stick to the facts presented before this commission.
Ngizawufuna olwakho ulwazi onalo ngento yokubulawa kwamapolisa bese ke ndijongisisa nezinye izinto ezithe zavela apha.
Paragraph 8 of your statement, you indicated that the SAPS have a staff complement of 200,000.
Apha kwisivakalisi 8 statement sakho uthi umbutho wonke wamapolisa unamapolisa evile ku 200,000.
Yes, it is true.
And you will not deny that a POP crew has a membership of more than 150,000 members in the South African police services.
Awuna kuyikhanyela into kokuba ikhulu namashumi amahlanu wamawaka wala mapolisa ngamalungu ePOP crew.
Yes, it is true.
Kunjalo.
And you will not agree, if I put it to you, National Commissioner, that the majority of those...
Say you will not agree. I think you mean you will not disagree.
Yes, Chairperson. Thanks for that correction, Chairperson. I'm indebted. You will not disagree if I put it to you, National Commissioner, that the majority of those men and women in blue who are killed in the line of duty, they are POP crew members. The late Warrant Officer Lepaku and Lieutenant Baloyi, who survived the brutal attack on the 13th of August 2012, was POP crew member.
Awuna kuyikhanyela into kuba ubuninzi balama polisa abulawayo omama notata njengaye Warrant Officer Lepaku bangamalungu ombutho wePOP crew.
Yes, it's true.
Inyani.
And furthermore, on paragraph 11 of your statement, FFF8, you indicated that between 2010 and 2012, there were 907 attacks on police both on duty and off duty, and 107 police officers had been killed on duty and off duty. See that?
Apha kwisivakalisi 11 uyachaza kokuba kunyaka ka 2010-2012 kwasoleka amapolisa angu 907 kwabakhona uhlaselo lamanye amapolisa angu 174 abulawa ngelo xesha. Kwahlasela amapolisa angu 907 kwathi kuwo kwasoleka angu 174.
I see that.
Yayibona lo.
Will I be correct, National Commissioner, that these figures include those two police officers who were killed on the 13th of August 2012, that is the late Warrant Officer Lepaku and the late Warrant Officer Monene and Baloyi, who survived that attack?
Kula mapolisa othetha ngawo apha ufaka no Baloyi ababahlaselwa no Lepaku no Monene ababasweleka.
It would not include the two because that was the financial year ending March.
Andi kabafaki aba ngoba esi statement sigqibela phaya kumali kunyaka wezimali ka 2012.
So will I be correct that they were included in the next financial year?
It is correct.
Bazawuba khona kwi report yonyaka olandela lo.
Up to date, National Commissioner, is it possible to tell us how many police officers that have been killed in the line of duty since then, since March up to date?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You said FFF8. You're referring actually to FFF3.
FFF3, the statement of the National Commissioner, Chairperson. I do apologize.
Apha uthetha nge-certificate nge-statement intetho ka-National Commission.
In the financial year, the financial year that ended last year, that ended in March this year, we had 82 deaths.
Kunyaka wezimali luphele kulo nyaka ngo-2013 sibe na
82.
82 yamapolisa aswelekileyo.
Both police officers that they were killed on duty and off duty?
Bonke ababantu ke basweleka basempangelweni basemsebenzini.
Yes, it is true.
Nyaniso leyo.
Let's move on. Furthermore, on paragraph 1 of your statement, that FFF3, you indicated that you are appointed as a National Commissioner on the 12th of June 2012. Still,
Andithi ubekwe kulo msebenzi wokuba ngumphathi jikelele wamapolisa ngomhla ka-12 kuJune ngo-2012 kunjalo Commissioner?
Yes, it is true.
Ewe kunjalo.
on the 13th of August 2012, shortly after you took office as a National Commissioner, you were vocal on this issue of high rate of police killing in South Africa. You were quoted by the media. If I can refer you to one of the exhibit extract, media extract we distributed, that is FFF 334.2. I am in possession of that with the heading, Pieka, cop killed in every 10 days.
Uthe apha kunyaka August kulo nyaka ka-2012.
This is FFF 34.2, is that right?
Yes, 34.2.
Uwolonyaka usengabe nexesha elide ungenile emsebenzini wevakala usuthetha njengoba bakuveza emaphepheni apho wawuyilwisa khona nyani lento yokubulawa kwamapolisa wathi ubulawa amapolisa alishumi.
And this statement was, you were quoted on the 13th of August 2012, the day wherein the late warrant officer Monene and Lepako were killed by armed protesters.
Le ntetho wayiveza ngale mini kwasweleka ngayo lamapolisa enthetha ngawo amabili Monene noLupako.
You were quoted saying, a police officer has been killed in every 10 days since National Commissioner Riapeka took office. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Ndiyayibona lento apha ndathi khona kwinsuku eziyi-10 nezinye kuba khona ipolisa elibulawayo oko ndangena emsebenzini mna ndinguriapeka.
The next paragraph, you further said, at least 6 officers have been murdered while on duty in the past 60 days that I have been in office.
Wathi kweli xesha usempangelweni sekubulewe isithandathu samapolisa esempangelweni.
And down there you were further quoted that the people who murder police officers are sons, nieces, nephews, and daughters. We need communities' help to fight this.
Watsho kokuba sizawudinga okuba bahlali babe luncedo kulento ngoba lamapolisa abulawayo zizihlobo nezelamani zabantu abasekuhlaleni.
As of now, National Commissioner, can you tell this Honorable Commission whether in South Africa, in every 10 days, the cop is still killed in the line of duty?
Senjalo nangoku Commissioner lento yokuba kuzo njengoba wawushilo kokuba kubulawa ipolisa kwizinsuku ezingu-10 nenye inyanga.
I think the 10 days should be contextualized. It was 60 days of my being there, and it was that 6 police persons who had died at that point in time. And I was saying for the period that I was there, it meant every 10 days a police was being killed.
Ngezehlakalo zelo xesha ndandina izinsuku ezingu-16 ndisempangelweni kwathi kwelo xesha kwasweleka amapolisa lishumi yikho ke ndathi ke kwiinsuku ezilishumi kusweleka amapolisa asithandathu kulezi nsuku ndasho kokuba xa ndihlukanisa lamalanga kusweleka ipolisa kuzo zonke izinsuku ezilishumi.
You know the reason why I'm asking this question, National Commissioner? It is because I think yesterday my client received another bad news that another award-winning Gauteng top detective around Soweto yesterday was gunned down.
It's true.
Kuvele izolo ke izindaba ezibuhlungu kokuba ipolisa apha idetective eSoweto ebelaziwa kakhulu elifumene indondo ngomsebenzi walo liye labulawa ngokudutshulwa.
And he was attending a robbery scene and he was gunned down there. So that's why I'm asking you that as of today, are we still experiencing this problem of having police officers killed in the line of duty in every 10 days? I understand what you said on the 13th of August 2012. I'm talking about the current situation. Because my client is receiving bad news of police officers being killed in the line of duty now and then.
Question for the witness.
As of today.
Well, if you take the figure she gave us, which is 82 in the financial year, that works out on just under every 4.5 days. A member of the police service is killed.
Asithatha le
it's actually
82.
in her first 60 days, according to what she told the newspapers, it was 6 in 60 days, which is 1 every 10 days.
Yes.
Well, if you take the figure that she gave us, 82, and divide 365 by that, you get just under 4.5. So in fact, it's worse over the whole financial year than it was over her first 60 days, isn't it so?
Yes, Chairperson, if may establish that from the witness. That
Rasijonga ke izibalo esizinike nguCommissioner oko engenile iya ngokwanda lento yokubulawa
That's the
kwamaphoyisa.
information she's already given us.
Xa
So
sithatha ezi
obviously she's
zibalo
aware
njalo sesinikile nje
of the
uCommissioner.
seriousness of the problem, and that just under every 5 days, a member of the service is killed. That is so, isn't it?
It is true.
I'm sure it's a matter of great concern to you and all your the generals and others who assist you at Wachthuis in Pretoria. Is that correct?
It is a very serious concern for us.
Kuyinto buhlungu kakhulu ebavisa ubuhlungu kakhulu phaya apha bekhona eVachthuis ePretoria ukufumana ezi zindaba zamapolisa abulawa imihla nezolo. Esisendo njengoba esisho umhlali ngaphambili xa sithatha ezi zibalo sizohlukanisa ibonisa ukwanda lento yokubulawa kwamapolisa.
Thanks very much, Chairperson of the National Commission. Will I be correct furthermore, while we are still on that aspect, National Commissioner, that you are not the only one who raised the issues of high rate of police killing in South Africa. Even your predecessor, Mr. Pekicele, have raised these issues. If I can refer you to FFF 34.4, distributed before this commission. Are you in possession of that extract, meter extract?
Uthi nalo bengaphambi kwakho umhlekazi uBhekicele wayeyiveza lento elila naye nyani ngalento yokubulawa kwamapolisa akusiwena wedwa oveza lento iyavela nakule exhibit esiphethe apha intetho kamhlekazi uCele.
On the 26th of May 2012, Mr. Pekicele was quoted by the meter wherein he described the high rate of police killing as a national crisis. If I can read it to you.
Zakufundela apho athetha khona umhlekazi uBhekicele ngoMay 2012 apha ethetha khona ngalento yokubulawa kwamapolisa kokuba isisenzo esimasikizinyana.
Paragraph 4 of that newspaper article or media statement issued by SABC. The National Police Commissioner General Pekicele has strongly condemned this killing. This is indeed a crisis. The rate at which our officers are being carelessly gunned down is extremely alarming. Said Pekicele.
Umhlekazi ucela okokuba lento iyothusa nyani into eyikisa wonke umuntu ukubulawa kwamapolisa elilizwe lakowethu.
As a current National Commissioner, do you share the same sentiment that the high rate of police killing in South Africa, it is a national crisis?
Nawo ibona ngolohlobo Commissioner lento kokuba nyani into evisa ubuhlungu.
I doubt whether the National Commission will disagree with her predecessor on that point. I imagine you yourself regard this as a very serious matter, which requires, and presumably one hopes is receiving, greatest possible attention that can be given to it in the circumstances. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Kuthi kunjalo Commissioner kokuba into nyani efuna ukuthathela inqalelo lena thathele izinyathelo eziqatha kokuba ithi ukuphezwa.
And furthermore, even the Minister of Police in South Africa was once quoted by the media saying that the killing of a single police officer robs the nation. Do you share those same sentiments with the Minister of Police?
No, Minister ke umphathiswa wezamapolisa wayiveza lento kokuba ukusweleka kwepolisa elilodwa nje lisempangeleni into engafanelanga ukwenza.
It's correct because 306 members, 306 citizens are robbed of proper security and care by the police.
Kunjalo mhlekazi ngoba ukubulawa kwepolisa elilodwa kuthathela abahlali abangu 306 ukhuseleko lwabo.
Will I be correct also again, National Commissioner, that even other sectors of our community have condemned this aspect of high rate of police killing in South Africa. In that regard, can I refer you to a media statement issued by Human Rights Commission of South Africa, that is FFF 3.41.
Mandisho kokuba ke nabanye abahlali bayijonga ngolo hlobo le.
Sorry to be pedantic, but it's FFF 34.1.
Yes.
It relates to the same incident that was dealt with in the other exhibits, namely the killing of Warrant Officer Matier and Student Constable Kluti.
Yes.
And also, which is referred to earlier, in Kraaifontein, Cape Town.
Yes.
And also it refers to the killing of Captain Schlingwa and Constable Shlangulela in Durban.
Yes.
Apho commission le amalungelo oluntu iveza khona nayo ububi balesi senzo esenzakalayo apho ithetha khona ngamapolisa ohlengwa nomnyeke phaya eDurban ohlangulele ababulawa ngalendlela efanayo.
And the Human Rights Commission was quoted saying that the killing of a police officer undermined the proper functioning of the criminal justice system. A proper functioning criminal justice system is one of the key requirements in the protection of human rights and the stability of the country's democracy. Do you see that at the bottom?
Ibheka ngolo hlobo ke iCommission le amalungelo oluntu kokuba ukubulawa kwamapolisa kuphazamisa inkambiso enhle yezobulungisa ngoba ayafuna kokuba khona ukuze kukhuselwe uluntu lonke kwilizwe elinombuso weninzi njengaleli lethu.
Yes, I noted that.
Yayibona lonto.
Do you share the same sentiment with the Human Rights Commission on this aspect, National Commission?
Uvumela nayo iCommission yamalungelo oluntu xa ithetha ngolu hlobo, Commissioner?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndivumela nayo.
In wrapping up this aspect, National Commissioner, your general understanding of this topic, are you aware, National Commissioner, that my client, POPCRO, has launched an anti-police killing campaign with the theme saying, "Say no to police killing, protect and defend them." And the purpose of this campaign is to educate the community about the role of the police in our democratic country and try to change the mindset of our community about the role of the police.
Unolwazi lokuba le nhlangano ndiyimele iPOPCRO kukho icampaign abayenzayo ngoku apho ilumkisa khona abahlali ngesenzo esimbi esisokubulala amapolisa kokuba mayiphezwe lento.
I think POPCRO as a stakeholder, I'm aware of their efforts to assist also in this regard, joining many other civil societies. They've been a very strong partner, and other labor unions that we also have, and we are truly grateful for their efforts.
Ewe POPCRO njengabanye ke abathatha inxaxheba lento kukhona abanye ke izinhlangano ezininzi imibutho yabasebenzi eyilwisana nayo lento yokubulawa kwamapolisa sayivuyela nyani zonke inzame zabo.
Under this campaign, POPCRO is demanding that when the police officer is killed in the line of duty, like the late Warrant Officer Monende and Lepako, the South African flag and the SAPS flag in all government institutions must fly lower to honor that police officer killed in the line of duty. As a National Commissioner, will you consider such initiative and implement it?
iPOPCRO ifaka imfuno zayo ke apha isicelo esenziwa iPOPCRO kumbuso kokuba xa kubulewe ipolisa ngalendlela iflag zeli eziphapha kuzo zonke onke amasebe kahulumende zehle zibonise inhlonipho ngokusweleka kwelo polisa. Uvumelana nayo naso esisicelo sePOPCRO?
Perhaps what I could say, Mr. Gumbi, is that that was one of the recommendations that came out of the summit, that you have a FFF43 of that the minister held with many stakeholders.
Enye yezinto ezavela kulo summit oyiphethe apho kule exhibit.
We are in the process of implementing a number of those recommendations, including training, including interventions for the police, including looking at what we do with the offense. So it's also under consideration.
Kwaveza izinto ezininzi apho ey'ndululo ezininzi phakathi kwazo kwakungenye le uthetha ngayo kwathethwa ke nangoqeqesho kufanele libe khona emapoliseni nokokuba umnyango uzokwenza ntoni ngabantwana abasele abakamfi.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. Let us focus now on facts presented before this commission, or facts to be presented before this commission on this topic of police killing in South Africa. In that regard, can I refer you to triple F6 that was distributed during your evidence in chief? That's a tribute by the General Bombo at the funeral service of the late Warrant Officer Lepako.
Maka sijonge phaya kwintetho ka General Mbombo ayenza phaya kumngcwabo kaMvi uLiphaku.
Where is my receipt?
Remember, the evidence was that this was a speech prepared for delivery by the provincial commissioner, but the national commissioner herself went to the funeral and delivered the speech in person.
Yes, Chairperson.
So
I'm
it's
aware.
actually, despite the heading, it's actually a speech delivered by this witness.
But it was introduced during his her evidence in chief.
No, that's right. In the course of her evidence, she said,
Yes.
I made a speech at the funeral. It had been prepared for the delivery by the provincial commissioner, but
Yes.
I went to the funeral and I delivered the speech myself. That's her evidence.
Yes, Chairperson.
Into masiqonde kokuba le ntetho ayiveza ngoku ayibhalanga ku-National Commissioner, intetho yenziwa ngu-General Mbombo kumngcwabo wale eli police.
Yeah. Let us focus, if I can refer you to paragraph D, page 3, paragraph 4 of that exhibit triple F6. According to this tribute, National Commissioner, if we are focusing on the resume of the late Warrant Officer Lepako, when he was killed by these armed protesters on the 13th of August 2012, he had 23 years experience as a police officer, no disciplinary action or step ever taken against him until his death. In 2005, he received SAPS 10 years commemoration medal. In 1998, he received another SAPS 10 years loyal service medal and a 20 years loyal service medal in 2008. Do you see that?
Uyayibona le ntetho ethethwa ngoLiphaku apho kuba xa ezobulawa ngaba baqhankqalazi phaya babehlomile wayeseneminyaka engu-23 esebenza emapoliseni kungazange kube xesha apho azawuma khona atsholwe ngento ethize apha exesheni lakhe lokusweleka ubesebenza kumapolisa lawo POP ePhukeng wafumana imedal ke ngo-2005 waphinde wathola enye yeminyaka elishumi ngo-1998 waphinde wathola enye yeminyaka engu-20 yokwethembeka ngonyaka ka-2008.
So the question is, National Commissioner, will you agree with me that these are the qualities of a good police officer? We need this type of police officer in our SAPS.
Uyavumelana nami kokuba nyani ngaba abantu sibadingayo amapolisa njengalawa apha kwi-SAPS kunjalo Commissioner?
You are very right.
Nyanisile kakhulu.
Same apply to the late Warrant Officer Monene, who was killed by the armed protesters on the 13th of August 2012 again.
Efana nayo naleyo kubulawa kukamhlekazi uMnene owabulawa ngabo abaqhankqalazi ngayo lo mini.
And when you check his CV, it's not reflected on that exhibit, triple F6. But I've been advised that he had 23 years of experience as a police officer, and there was no
eyakhe iCV apha kodwa ke xa ndixela ukuba naye ube ngumuntu eneminyaka ongama-23 apha epoliseni.
And no disciplinary action or step ever taken against him until his death.
Wade wasweleka kungazange kube khona nyathelo ezithathwa kuye ngokuphula umthetho apha epoliseni.
And warrant officer Monene had 10 years loyal service medal, 20 years loyal service medal awarded to him by SAPS.
Naye wafumana certificate esesebenza ngokuthembeka iminyaka elishumi wade wafumana neseminyaka engu-20 yokwethembeka epoliseni kwa SAPS.
And you will agree with me again, National Commissioner, that even the late warrant officer Monene was a good police officer. And we need this type of police in our service.
Asijonga ke lo umunene ngalendlela asebenza ngayo sawuvumelana okokuba ngomnye wala mapolisa esiwadinga gqitha apha epoliseni.
Yes, I agree.
Ndivumelana nawe.
Okay, let us move on now. Let us deal with the general circumstances of police killing and the motive for police killing in South Africa.
Make sijonge ke ukubulawa nje oqhelekileyo kwamapolisa ke ne nto eyimbangela yokubulawa kwawo.
And in discussing this topic, we'll try as much as we can to stick to facts presented before this commission.
Zama kokuba sigxile kwizinto eziye zavela kule commission kuphela.
Can I refer you to FFF37? That's a research conducted by the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation.
Ukho inhlangano Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation yenza uphando ngalento intetho yabo ikhona apha exhibit.
And the title of that research is saying Save Our Cops, Prevent Police Killing.
Apha ethetha kona ngolo hlobo kokuba khuselani amapolisa awethu.
And I hope, National Commissioner, you don't have a reason to doubt their funding on this one.
Yethemba kokuba awuna kuyiphikisa lintetho abayenzile ngoluphando bayebalenza.
According to this research, it suggests that one of the possible explanations why South Africa has such a rate of police killing is because South Africa is a violent society.
Uthi ke apha lo mhlekazo wenza luphando isizathu esenza ukuba kubekho amapolisa amaninzi kangaka aswelekayo apha ukuthi nje abahlali base South Africa ngabantu abanobundlobongela.
So when you checked evidence presented before this commission, Exhibit L that was compiled by the police, wherein they explain how violence escalated around Marikana.
Asijonga exhibit L le yenziwa ngamapolisa yayibonisa okokuba izehlakalo zaseMarikana zazinjani.
Video footage is played before this commission.
Ujenga nemfanekiso yevideo eyavezwa phambi kwale commission.
Do you agree with this finding that the reason why we have such a high rate of police killing is because South Africa is a violent society?
Uvumelana naye apho esithi khona xa besijonga njengabahlali base South Africa singabantu noko abanabo ubundlobongela.
There is violence, but I think you have a mixed type of situation. There are areas where there is violence, where we find ourselves having to intervene as police, but also there are areas of the society where one would say, indeed, we are having peaceful sections of our existence as a society.
Chief Commissioner apha ekuhlaleni ke kukho izindawo ezohlukile. Ewe nyani kukho izindawo apho kukhona ubundlobongela nodushe, kodwa ke xa ujonga kwezinye izindawo khona izindawo khona apha ezinocwango.
The research further indicates that the motive for police killing, furthermore, is to rob them of their service pistol.
Uthenye ke into lo wenza le research esinye isizathu sokubulawa kwamapolisa ukufuna ukubathathela izixhobo ezibaziphathayo zomsebenzi.
And when you check an address by the Minister of Police, that is FFF44, on the 8th of July 2011.
Xa ujonga intetho kamphathiswa ayenza mhla ka-8 kwinyanga kaJulayi ngo-2011.
I think it's exhibit FFF43.
43. I'm sorry, Chairperson, for that.
Enye yezi exhibits ezikhona apha le nikezwe namhlanje 43.
For the FFF43. Thanks very much, Commissioner. When you check there, the minister indicated that 8% of police officers that were killed were being robbed of their service pistol. Do you see that?
Uthi umphathiswa apha xa enza izibalo ipercent ezingu-8 kwikhulu nekhulu lamapolisa abuyelelwa izixhobo ezizabo zomsebenzi.
And when you check facts presented before this Honorable Commission, on the 13th of August 2012, the police officer were robbed of 2 9mm pistol, 1 R5, 1 shotgun, and a police hand radio.
Kwenzeka into enjengaleyo ke ngomhla ka-13 ku-August xa kubulawa lamapolisa athathela izixhobo i-9mm ezimbili kwathatha i-R1 eyodwa kwathatha nombhaxo wamapolisa kwathatha nerediyo.
So do you agree with these findings, National Commissioner, that one of the motives for police killing is to rob them of their service pistol?
Enye ke yenjongo zabantu ukubulala amapolisa okokuba bafumane ezi zinto baziphetheyo. Uyavumelana nayo nto?
It is true that we lose guns in a number of incidences where there is confrontation with the criminals.
Inyaniso okokuba apho siye sithi ukudibana nezikrelemnqa ezike kuye kubekho ukuthathela nokulahleka kwemipu yesibonisa.
And furthermore, the minister in that address further indicated that 20% of the police officers were killed while responding to a crime during search and seizure or conducting follow-up operation. Do you see that?
Uthi ke uminister apha egqibeleni 20% yonke amapolisa 20 ekhulwini babulawa ngexesha bebiziwe kwizigameko zolwaphulo mthetho nalapho mhlambe kuyoseshwa khona izindawo ezithize kube kulapho bebulawa khona.
And the facts presented before this commission indicates that Warrant Officer Lepako, the late Warrant Officer Lepako, the late Warrant Officer Monende, and the Lieutenant Baloyi, who survived the brutal attack of protesters on that day, they were deployed there at Marikana to maintain law and order.
Njengoba yenzeka ke lento aphaya eMarikana nge-13 apho kwaseleka khona uLiphaku noMnene babeye phaya bethunyelwe ukuyokwenza umsebenzi wesipolisa xa kuzawuhlaselwa noKenel Baloyi.
Same apply to the police officers who was gunned down yesterday around Soweto. He was killed while attending a robbery scene.
Liye labizwa izolo kokuba kukho irobbery yenzekayo phaya xa liye alapho ladutshulwa.
We agree with this finding.
Uyavumelana ke nalombono walo owayenza le research eveza lamaphuzu?
Yes, I do.
Ewe.
Let us move on again, National Commissioner. Can I refer you to FFF38? That is the research conducted by Professor Herman Conrad of the University of South Africa, Department of Criminology. The title of the research is titled The Modus Operandi of Police Killers in 4 Provinces in South Africa.
Ulo professor wenza le research lena ebizwa ngoba i-modus operandi indlela abasebenza ngayo ezikrelemnqa apha eSouth Africa.
And I hope you don't have a reason to doubt his finding.
Yethemba kokuba akukho sizathu esingenza kokuba ungayikholela lento ayifumana koluphando lakhe.
Just for the record, as far as I can see, this article by Professor Conradi was published in a journal called Crime Research in South Africa in April 2001. Is that correct?
Yes.
The research ka Professor Conradi yabhalwa ngonyaka ka 2001.
He analyzed the modus operandi of police killers in South Africa. And when we analyze his finding, a National Commissioner will also stick to facts presented before this commission.
Professor ke ujonga indlela abababulali bamapolisa abasebenza ngayo ekubulaleni amapolisa. Sizawuthi ke xa sijonga lo ndlela sijongisise kwizehlakalo ezenzeka eziphandwa yile commission.
I want you to focus on paragraph 6, dealing with his findings now. We'll go through some findings. I'm not going to go through all of them. The quite interesting finding he made is that the police attackers are on foot or they are using public transport as a typical example.
Uthi ke amapolisa ehlasela ahamba ngenqwelo zamapolisa ikanene ahamba ngenyawo. Into ke eqhelekileyo ke lo.
When you look at facts presented before this commission on the 13th of August 2012, the video footage of those armed protesters who later killed the late warrant officer Lepako and Monene and they attacked Lieutenant Baloyi, they depict that those people, they were on foot who attacked those police officers.
Inyanso leyo ngoba naku nge-13 zika August kulonyaka lamapolisa ahlasela bulala uLipako noMnene bonzakalisa uBaloyi bafumana behamba ngezinyawo apho emsebenzini.
Do you agree with that?
Yavumelana nami apho?
Yes, I do know that on the 13th.
Ewe.
The
Sehlakalo sange-13.
Another findings also suggest that the police attackers use shooting, stepping, and physical force to attack. Do you see that?
Uthi izindlela abasebenza ngayo imipu bayadubula bayagwaza baphinde basebenze namandla isigalo nje ukuba bahlasele amapolisa kunjalo.
And when you check evidence presented before this commission, the statement of Lieutenant Baloyi and the other police officers, I'm not going to go through all those statements, they corroborate this finding on that. The late warrant officer Lepako and Monene and Lieutenant Baloyi, they all sustained step wounds.
Xa ujonga into eyenzeka ke kule mini yange-13 na statement ezamapolisa ziyayinqinela lento xa ujonga indlela uBaloyi ahlasela ngayo indlela abulawa ngayo uLipako noMnene bahlatywa.
And furthermore, it also indicated that the police attackers, they also showed step and use force more on police officers than on female police officers.
Indlela kabayisebenzisayo lento lena badubula bagwaze ikakhulu amapolisa angamadoda kunalawa abhincileyo.
And on the 13th of August 2012, the late warrant officer Lepako, Monene, and Lieutenant Baloyi, who survived the attack, were male police officers.
Njengoba yenzeka ke lento uBaloyi noLipako noMnene ngabantu abangamadoda abahlaselwa ngalo mini.
Agree with that finding?
Vumelana nami apho?
yes, I do.
Ewe ndivumelana nawe.
The research further suggests that the younger the attackers, the more they shoot, step, and use physical force.
I-research lena ibonisa futhi ukuthi ke ngabantu abasebancinci ababenza lezi zinto abadubulayo kakhulu bagwazayo abahlasela ngokumasikiza amapolisa ngabantu abasebasha.
And when you look the video footage of the 13th of August 2012, those protesters who shot and killed the late warrant officer Lepako and Monene and who attacked Lieutenant Baloyi, they were young. Those were the young attackers.
Xa ubona imifanekiso le yayikhona apha ngale mini nge-13 aba bantu phambi kokuba kuhlasele lamapolisa kwakungabantu abatsha babe lapho phambili kunjalo.
We noted that.
Siyibonile loo nto.
And the research further suggests that these police attackers, they utilize handguns when executing attack.
Bathi ke apha basebenzisa imipu le imkhono yekati xa bedubula amapolisa.
So on the 13th of August 2012, it's indicated before this honorable commission that 4 protesters who were responsible for the attack of the late warrant officer Lepako, Monene, and Lieutenant Baloyi, they were pursued by TRT members and they were shot at with some of the weapons robbed from the SABC members.
Kukho ke ubungqina obuthi emva kokuba bahlasele babulala lamadoda amapolisa lawa athe xa ebalandela eTRT badubula amapolisa ngayo le mipu abayithethe kulamapolisa.
Do you agree with that finding as a National Commissioner?
Uyavumelana naleyo nto, Commissioner?
I noted the
Objection, my
statement.
lord. Chairperson, this evidence was never led. The evidence that my learned friends is that they were pursued and they were shooting back. There's no such evidence on record.
I understand there will be such evidence in due course, so perhaps he can put it, it's in the statements that we've seen. They can put it on the basis provisionally that that's what the statements indicate, and we understand that evidence will be led to that effect.
It is in Exhibit L, Chairperson.
Now, the point is that that's not evidence yet, you see, it's evidential
Yes.
material. But your point, I take it, is it's evidential material before us. It's also covered, I think, in some of the statements we've received, and there will presumably be evidence, either oral evidence or evidence on affidavit to that effect. So you can provisionally put it to the
apha phezulu kuba obobungqina busengabi khona uthi uchairman bukhona emaphepheni kodwa busezawuvela emva kwexesha kokuba kwadutshulwa ngaba babebalandela.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. And the research further indicates that the police attackers, they ambush the police officials. Do you see that?
Enye into ke ubungqina obuvelayo kokuba aba bantu baye bazifihle bazimele kuthi xa amapolisa selana bawasukele engababoni kunjalo.
I read the outcome.
Ndayifunda iveza ngolo hlobo.
And also again, they attack the police officers on duty.
La mapolisa bawahlaselayo ninzi ngamapolisa asempangeleni asemsebenzini.
Yes, it's true.
Ewe.
The research further indicates that when the police are directly interacting with the public, they are most vulnerable.
Enye into ke ukuthi bawahlasela amapolisa xa ehlangene ethetha nabahlali phaya xa ehlasela.
Do you agree with that finding?
Vumelana nale nombono wakhe?
I would say there are circumstances where they are very vulnerable and it becomes very challenging and traumatic. But in some of the instances, like I've mentioned, that there are peaceful marches that we get involved in where the vulnerability is not as strong as that. So you have situations where there will be vulnerability, you have situations where there wouldn't be vulnerability.
Kuzawuya ngemeko ikhoyo apho kukho nje ngoba ndichazile okokuba kuye kubekho uqhankqalazo apho kunoxolo khona kunenzolo kungenzeka into kuba khona apho kunezixholoxholo apho ke kunezixholoxholo kulapho ubungozi bubuninzi ugqitha apha kunocwango khona.
In wrapping up this aspect of police killing in South Africa, National Commission, I wanted to check with you as to what are the police doing to resolve this issue of high rate of police killing and robbery of their firearms as a department.
Ngapha ekugqibeleni ndithanda ukubuza Commissioner kokuba intoni eyenziwa yi-SAPS ukunqanda ezi zehlakalo zokubulawa kwamapolisa nokuba athathelwe imipu ngenkani asemsebenzini.
I think we recognize the fact that policing is not an easy job. It is a very, very challenging task, particularly when you have to confront criminals.
Mandiyibeke ndithi ubupolisa akomsebenzi ulula noko umsebenzi onobuzaza gqitha ikakhulu apho kuyawufuna ujongane nezikrelemnqa khona.
We also recognize that as a result of that, the members experience a lot of trauma.
Siyavumelana nokuba amapolisa ke i-members zamapolisa ziye zibe no bunzima obukhulu esihlangana nabo obuphathelene nokomoya nokomqondo.
Then it is for that reason that we have a well-established employee and health well-being division to try and intervene and assist members in such instances.
Bumba oluphiko apho bazofumana khona ukujongwa nokwelashwa ngokomqondo nangokomphefumlo.
We also try as much as possible through our training processes to train them to be more cautious and to be better equipped to intervene in such circumstances.
nalapha ke kuqeqesho lamapolisa senza zonke inzame kokuba baqeqeshwe ngendlela efanele bakwazi okokuba bahlale bejongile banikeze nezixhobo ezifanele zalomsebenzi bawenzayo.
Including in that, included in that training is also tips on how to intervene, never to operate alone, to try and be in teams, because when they are in teams and not alone, the vulnerability get significantly reduced.
Kukho ke nezindlela abaye bachazelwe ngazo kuba basebenza kanjani banikezwe okokuba umuntu angasebenze yedwa asebenze nabanye basebenze beziteam ngoba xa eyedwa ubungozi buninzi ukugqitha xa enabanye.
Yes, Chairperson, I know I've noted that it's almost 11:15, and I wanted to briefly deal with the second topic.
Because we started late for the reasons I explained when we
Yes.
began, I thought we could carry on to about 11:15. But when you reach a suitable stage, when you think it's convenient for us to take the adjournment, we'll do so.
Yes.
Is this at the stage, or do you want to make a point first before we adjourn?
We can adjourn because I wanted to deal with the second topic briefly, the issue of employee health and wellness with the National
I see.
Commission.
All right, very well. We'll now take the tea adjournment.
Thanks.
Eshaletie kancinci nje.
I know you told me. When it comes to
Commission commences. Masukume Nzonke.
The Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Gumbi, you want to move on to the next topic.
Thanks very much,
Chairperson,
Chairperson
Commissioner.
and Commissioners. National Commissioner, can I briefly discuss the second topic you raised in paragraph 11 of your statement, F3? The topic dealing with employee health and wellness. And again, when we discuss this topic, I will try as much as I can to confine myself to facts presented or to be presented before this commission.
Siya kwi statement sakho apothetha khona ngempilo nhle nenhlalo yamapholisa. Ndizawuzama okokuba ndithethe ngezinto ezivele nje apha kule commission kule.
Paragraph 11 of your statement. You indicated that employee health and wellness program are offered to SAPS members to address this aspect of psychologically, spiritually, and social aspect of SAP members when executing their duties. Do you see that?
Uthe apha kwi statement sakho zikhona indlela ezinjengezo apho kukho ukujongelela amapolisa kwezempilo kwezomoya yonke into efanele nabo xa besempangilweni.
Yes, I do.
Ewe.
In that regard, National Commissioner, can I refer you to Exhibit F39, the study conducted by Mr. Frank Blunt, titled Death and Injury on Duty, a study of the South African police officers. You see that?
FF39 apho kuthethwa khona ngokusweleka nokwenzakala kwamapolisa asemsebenzini.
You haven't told us this, but I see from the foot of one of the pages that this was an article that was published in the South African Medical Journal
Yes, South
in
African
November
Medical
2003. Is that correct?
Journal. Yes, Chairperson.
Luphando olenziwa ngebe South African Medical Journal ababaphethe ezonyango.
Can I refer you to the last page of that research by South African Medical Journal?
Can I read with you?
Kaslo Gibela.
This study, National Commission, analyzed injuries sustained by members of the of SAPS on duty. And according to this study, it indicates that there is a high degree of psychological distress in the SAPS.
Ibonisa umonzakalo okhona kuba sebenzi bamapolisa uthi ubuninzi ke ngabantu aseba khubazekile balimele ngokomqondo banga imbangelo kuyilo umsebenzi wopolisa.
When you look at paragraph 2 of the last page, starting with, although police officers have commonly been referred to as high-risk group of suicide, do you see that paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Uyabona apho kuthiwa amapolisa ngabantu abanale abadla ngokuqhela ukuzibulala.
When you go down there, National Commissioner, there is a sentence in that paragraph. It starts with, can I quote it? It says, in addition, police officers who have been injured on duty may express anxiety about returning to work as police officer or may not able to return at all due to psychological distress. Do you see that?
Apha kunjalo kuba amapolisa aye onzakala emsebenzini abanobunzima xa kufanele baphindele noma bahluleke ukubuyela emsebenzini ngokuthi bangasalunganga ngokupheleleyo emqondweni.
When you check facts presented before this commission, Lieutenant Baloyi was brutally attacked by armed protesters on the 13th of August in full view of his colleagues on that day.
Xa sijonga ke kolu phando sikulo uba loyi wahlaselwa phaya ngabaqhankqalazi enabanye oogxa bakhe beyijongile lento beyibona isenzeka.
So, do you agree with this finding that the police officer who have been injured on duty may express anxiety about returning to work as a police officer?
Uyavumelana nayo lento kuthiwa apha ke ipolisa elalimala emsebenzini liba nobunzima lokokuba libuyele kulo msebenzi wobupolisa.
Yes, I do.
Uyavumelana nawo.
Furthermore, this medical literature, it also proposed that the interaction between the department and the bereaved family of the killed police officer can lower that psychologically distressed.
Ithi ke lento lena usebenzisana phakathi kwezihlobo lamanzalo owenzakele nomnyango wamapolisa bungaba nemiphumela emihle ekulungiseni buyiseleni kumqondo walo owenzakele.
So the question is, I want to know from you, National Commissioner, as to what the department is doing to address this critical aspect, especially on those police officers who have been injured on duty.
Intoni ke enziwa umnyango wamapolisa kwizehlakalo ezinjengalezi ikakhulu kulamapolisa anzakala kwezisehlakalo.
Advocate, as I've indicated, we have a full department of employee health and well-being. In addition to that, maybe let me talk about the department. The department has a multiplicity of diverse professionals who are trained in the environment of assisting our members in employee well-being.
Mandiqale ngokuthi ke umnyango lo wamapolisa unabantu abaninzi abawufundele imisebenzi eyohlukile ewuncedo apha ngaphandle kokuthi kukho isebe ikandela nje le EHW Employee Health and Wellness elisebenza kumnyango lo.
In that department we have chaplains that are full-time employees of the department.
Chaplains abefundisi abasebenza ngokugcweleyo apha eminyangweni wamapolisa.
We have employed psychologists.
Ukhona bezengqondo psychologists.
We have employed social workers.
Ukhona ontlalontle social workers.
We have also engaged lay counselors.
Ukho ke nalaba abenza counseling ababonisa abantu banga.
In addition, through the support of our medical aid, Paul Med, we also source or outsource some of the services to similar professionals as psychologists and social workers where the need arises.
Amasebe angaphandle social worker ne psychologist ukuba babe luncedo xa kukhona uncedo olunjengo dingeka.
Are you done?
Yes, and ordinarily we expect the commanders to. There are certain instances where it is compulsory when there has been an action for members to attend this counseling. But we are almost starting to move into a space where we are discussing policy to look at making this counseling mandatory for our members.
Lindele kwikomanda ke ebe zikhona xa kukho izehlakalo ezithizo kokuba kube zizo ezenza okokuba ababantu bayayifumana le counseling kodwa ke kukho intetho esinayo ngoku apho kuzokwenzeka khona okokuba kube unyanzelelo okokuba umuntu owabakhona kwisigameko esinjengaleso noma kanjani aye kulezo ndawo.
Can I also, National Commissioner, refer you to another quite interesting study furthermore on this topic, FFF41, South African Journal of Psychology, 2005, is a research conducted by Northwest University.
University yaseMntantshona nayo iyenza uphando oluthize apha uxwebhu lalo lapha phambi kwethu ngoku.
According to this study, National Commissioner, this study indicates or suggests that in the South African police services, we have a high suicide rate compared to the rate of the general population and those of other professions.
Sithi ke study ubuninzi babantu abathatha impilo yabo abazibulalayo balapha emapoliseni apha kuzwe lethu ku nakwe zinye kwamanye amasebe.
It further indicates that the low-rank police officers, they are more inclined to commit suicide opposed to high-rank police officers.
Kuthiwa ke amapolisa awa asezingeni eliphansi ngawo kakhulu analento yokuba athathe izimpilo zazo kunalabo asebaphakeme ngesikhundla.
And the reason why they are more prone to commit suicide, that is a lower ranking police officers, it's because they are operational, they deal with operational issues on daily basis.
Kuthiwa ke izizathu ezenza kokuba babe ngabantu abanalento yokuba bathathe izimpilo zabo kuba ngabo abaphaya phambili apho kwenzeka khona izinto ngabo abathunyelwa khona.
And they also resort to alcohol abuse to reduce the high level of stress. To see that?
Uthi ke ngokuthi umsebenzi wabo nokuphakamisa i-stress zabo bese bajika bajonge kakhulu apha ngasebhoteleni kuba behlise eso stress ngokusela.
You have a reason to doubt these findings?
Kukho izizathu onazo ezingathi mhlambe hayi awuvumelani nalolu phando?
Before you answer the question, I want to ask you something, Mr. Gumbi. This article was published in 2005 in the Journal of Psychology. It contained certain recommendations.
Yes.
That's 8 years ago.
Yes.
7.5, 8 years ago. Contained certain recommendations. One of the documents you've given us is this document from which you referred to, from the Medical Journal, South African Medical Journal, which was admittedly published earlier in 2003. But that says, in one of the passages, on one of the pages you referred us to, on the third page, that it's on the left-hand side of the page, on the second paragraph, the third page. Although police officers have commonly been referred to as a high-risk group for suicide, and there's an American citation, a minority of injuries in this series fell in that category. This, of course, is research done at the Mill Park Hospital in Johannesburg. This finding concurs with other recent studies that have explored suicide in police units and have been unable to show elevated suicide rates among police officers. Nevertheless, stress on SAPS members can be extreme, and commanders must be alert to signs of psychological distress. And then there's the passage that you read.
Yes.
Now, obviously, this is an important aspect that we have to consider for the purposes of our work as a commission. But I would be interested in two things, and perhaps the Commissioner can help us. The first is, have the recommendations set out in the 2005 article in the South African Journal of Psychology been considered by the police service and been implemented, number one? And secondly, has recent research been done, recent I mean 2011, 2012, following up on this 2003 article based on research done at Mill Park Hospital, where the conclusion was that there are no elevated suicide rates among police officers. No, sorry, that was not their conclusion. Their conclusion was that a minority of injuries fell in the category of suicide, and then they went on to say, this finding concurs with other recent studies, passages I read, that have explored suicide in police units, been unable to show elevated suicide rates among police officers. And there are two citations, one from a journal called Suicide Life Threats. I can't read the next word. And the other one is an article from the American Journal of Psychiatry based on work in New York.
Yes.
I understand you put these things to us, but perhaps the Commissioner can help us. Do you know, has recent research been done on this problem of whether the suicide rates among members of the police service are elevated as compared with the general population?
That's the first question. And the second question is, are you aware of whether the recommendations contained in the literature, to which Council has very kindly referred us, have they been considered, and are they to some extent being implemented? I know that's two questions in one, but if you can deal with them separately, I'd be grateful. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Gumbi. It seems you're dealing with an important matter.
Yes, Chairperson.
And the Commission would obviously like to be assisted, but obviously with up-to-date research and information.
I do understand that, Chairperson. What I wanted to do was to take maybe the National Commissioner to some of the evidence that has been adduced before this.
Yes, I understand. Let's get an answer to my question, and then we want you.
Commissioner kulento ebuzwe ngumgcini
So
sihlalo.
I'm not sure whether she's had an opportunity yet to deal with these aspects.
Judge, I think the elevation part of thing we can come back and deal with. But if I just look at the raw numbers that we're dealing with, and I can take you, for instance, maybe to the last 3 or 4 years, I'm aware that in 2010 we had 97 suicides. In 2011 we had 85. In 2012 we had 116 suicides. And I can also say from the Marikana lot, we also had something like 2 suicides that came out of members that were in Marikana.
2 suicides, members of the police service,
Yes.
who were involved in what happened in Marikana.
Yes.
Uyibheka ngolo hlobo.
Of course, we don't know, do we, what the
Commissioner.
figures for the general population are. I mean, if you've got 200,000 members of the service, what's the latest figure that you've got? What's the
We have
latest year?
200,000 members. And when we looked at the three years that I've given you, and we were looking per 10,000 members, it was almost something like 5 per 10,000 members of the population.
And how does that compare? Do we know how that compares with the general
We can
population?
do that quick analysis and send you the information.
I think that would be helpful, because this is a point that Mr. Gumbi is rightly concerned about,
Yes, Chairperson.
and COPCRU are. So I would be grateful if that information could be given to us.
Ubebuza umhlekazi uGumbo kokuba kwilento yokuba amapolisa athathe izimpilo
The
zabo.
recommendations in the literature, such as the literature to which Mr. Gumbi has referred to us, have been considered by the police service and to some extent were found acceptable, been implemented.
Yeah.
Uthi uCommissioner baza kujongisisa loo nto ngoba bebeyijonga ngonyaka 2010 kwasweleka amapolisa ngu-97 athatha izimpilo zabo, ngo-2011 abangu-85, ngo-2012 kwaba ngu-116. Kwesi sehlakalo sasemarikana amapolisa asethethe izimpilo zawo 2 ngoku. Kuthi ke kuzawujongisiswa okokuba le nto iya ngokwanda yini kanene ngokwehla.
Judge, you also asked the issue around the recommendations. We are trying through the upgrading and the increasing of our capacity to respond to the challenges that are there. But I would say it's still work in progress. We hope that at some point we would be able to optimize our capacity for interventions.
Ubuze umhlekazi umgcini sihlalo kokuba kukhona into eyenziwayo ngoku okokuba kuphanze lento. Uthi nyani sinenzame esikuzo ngoku, kodwa ke kuyawubonakala emva kwexesha ukuba sizama okokuba sandise aba bantu abanikeza oluncedo kumapolisa bandiswe.
Chairperson, it's me. I must apologize. I came a bit late, or maybe off the mark and must have missed something. I'm just wanting to find what the relevance of the suicide rate among police to do with the terms of reference. Because I just had the chairperson saying that this kind of thing might be helpful to the Commission, just so that I'm on the same page.
Perhaps Mr. Gumbi can answer that.
Yes.
Yes, Chairperson. In our opening statement, we indicated that the working condition of the police is one of the issues this Commission must look at when compiling its report to be submitted before the President. It is upon that spirit we are canvassing this aspect, and I was still going to elaborate more, Chairperson, and deal with facts presented before this Honourable Court. Critically on this aspect, it is unfortunate that the Chairperson was far ahead of me when I was about to deal with
I apologize for that. But if we have to evaluate the conduct of the police, it's only appropriate that their trade union should come before us and say, in evaluating their conduct, please have regard to the circumstances under which they operate, which include this kind of matters that Mr. Gumi is referring to. So I think it is relevant. And we're also asked to make recommendations at the end to try to prevent the occurrence of this kind of thing. And if the material that's being put before us encourages us to make a recommendation which can be implemented in the future and lead to members of the service perhaps reacting to this kind of situation in what may be held to be a more appropriate manner, that's if we held that they reacted inappropriately in this manner. That's obviously something we don't know whether we'll make that recommendation, but we may well be faced with arguments that that is the case. Then obviously it's appropriate we should be able to make well-founded, well-grounded recommendations. So I think that Mr. Gumbi is in order, and I'll allow him to proceed.
Umhlekazi bechazela umhlekazi Mpofu. Umhlekazi Mpofu bebuza okokuba limbuzo ibuzwa ngumhlekazi uGumbi ingena kanjani koluphando wabe semchazela ke umhlekazi okokuba kumigqaliselo yele commission kufanele senze izindululo ekugqibeleni apho sizothi khona makwenziwe ukuthi nokuthi kude kungenzeka into enjengalena njengale ngoku enye yezindululo ekufanele zenziwe ukuba amapolisa aziphatha kanjani kwesi sehlakalo. Umhlekazi uGumbi ke ungumele amapolisa iPop crew uthi enye yezinto ekufanele zijongisiswe kwenziwe izindululo ngazo imeko amapolisa asebenza phansi kwayo yiyo lena ayiphandayo kwangoku.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. While we are still on that study, National Commission, can I
add one further thing before you carry on? You know, what we've now heard is that two of the, I know it also applies to some of the victims, so that's another issue, but we've been told that two of the members of the service who were involved in Marikana, the events at Marikana, have since committed suicide, and which may well be caused by post-traumatic stress or something of that sort. So this is the kind of material that we should have before us, and so I think we should all be grateful to Mr. Gumbi for his industry in assembling it for us. So please carry on, Mr. Gumbi.
Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Uqhubeka umhlekazi uGumbi.
National Commissioner, while we are still on that aspect of stress in the South African Police Service, can I refer you to the list of shooters as scene 1? It's FFF35. When you analyze the list of shooters at scene 1, according to the list of shooters there at scene 1, there were 47 police officers from TRT who discharged their life ammunition at scene 1.
Asijonga amapolisa asebenzisa imbumbulo apho kulawo TRT ababa maperede bangu 47 abadubula imbumbulo.
And 45 out of that 47 are constables.
45 yabo kabantu abasezingeni lobu constable amapolisa aphansi.
That's from TRT.
45 bagu TRT.
Furthermore, when you check the rank of public police or the police unit, the rank of those police officers who discharge ammunition at scene 1, we have 28 constables from POP.
May I interrupt you and say this? It would be helpful if you could summarize this material for us in written form. I'm not going to stop you asking the question, but
yes,
it would be helpful if you could produce a piece of paper in which you set out in brief summary form what you're now putting to us, you know, the ranks of people and the units to which they belonged and so on. In other words, not names, but just totals and
yes,
ranks and so on. That would assist us. But you can carry on with your questions for the time being, but
yes,
I'd be grateful if you would do that.
Yeah, wabhetelento xa beyibhale phansi esinikeze uqwebhu olubhaliwe okokuba aba bantu ngaphandle kokusho amagama abo ziconstable ezingaka nezingaka.
Yes, Chairperson, I did my own counting and then I also analyzed the rank as they are reflected in this document, you know, from TRT and from POP. That's why I came to the conclusion of these numbers.
Assuming you're right, I'm just saying I'd be grateful if you could give us in one piece of paper
yes,
an analysis, you see.
Yes.
But carry on with your question.
I will do that, Chairperson. Thanks. From POP, we have 28 constables who discharged their ammunition there at scene 1.
Kumapolisa ePop angu 28 ama constable asebenzisa imbumbulo.
I think it's also same apply when you analyze the list of shooters at scene 2.
Kwesehlakalo sesibili xa
That
ujongisisa
is,
izibalo ziyafana nezi.
that is triple F8, if I can refer you. Triple F8, list of shooters at scene 2. It was introduced by Mr. Madla during his cross-examination.
Ye yavela lento phaya kubungqina obuziswe ngumhlekazi uMadlanga ngaphambi kweCommission ku-triple F8.
Even from there, we have 14 constables from National Intervention Unit who discharged their ammunition at scene 2.
Kwesehlakalo sesibili kumapolisa lawe National Intervention Unit abayishumi nane amapolisa asebenzisa imbumbulu apho.
Even from TRT,
Nakuyo i-TRT.
again we have 10 constables who discharged their ammunition and one warrant officer, I think so.
Kwi-TRT babalishumi abasebenzisa imbumbulu phaya kwesehlakalo sesibili ne-warrant officer eyodwa.
And do you say that, National Commissioner, that the majority of them are constables?
Ngoba ndibonisa nje ubuninzi baba bantu abasebenzisa imbumbulu kama ziyi-constable.
I note that.
Yayibona loo nto.
And according to that study I refer you to earlier on, these are the low-ranking police officers. They have a high level of stress and they resort to alcohol abuse to reduce this high level of stress and are also inclined to commit suicide.
Ngabo bantu benthetha ngabo baba bezimo ezisephansi i-constable abantu endithe kuwe ngabantu abavamise ukuba bathathe izimpilo zabo bazibulale ngaba bantu basebenzisa kakhulu imbumbulu baphethe stress bade basele ubehlisa eso stress sibaphethe.
I note that, and this is why our employee health and well-being also focuses on things such as emotional competence and development.
Ngakho ke i-employee health and wellness yethu iyazijongisisa ezi zinto iphezu kwazo kwangoku.
To elaborate further on that critical aspect again, can I also refer you to triple F42? That is a remarks by the Minister of Police, E.N. Tetwa, at the official opening of the South African Police Service Medical Scheme. The date is 21 June 2012.
Kasiza apha kwintetho kaMphathiswa umthethwa ngomhla ka-21 kuJune 2012.
Can I refer to page 2 there? The third paragraph on page 2 of that address.
Asilesibili kule ntetho yakhe.
Last year, the Minister of Police indicated that there are 10,636 members of the SAPS suffering from depression, 2,763 members suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and attempt suicide by SAPS members. Do you see that?
Bega apha izibalo kokuba kulonyaka nje kukho 10,636 amapolisa aphethwe i-depression, 2,763 aphethwe si-stress uthi ke into exhalabisa kakhulu apha kumnyango wakhe.
So given those figures, National Commissioner, you'll agree with me that you cannot exclude the possibility that some of the police officers that they were deployed at Marikana on the 13th or on the 16th of August 2012, some of them is possible that they were suffering from depression and post-traumatic stress disorder, given these figures by the Minister of Police.
Xa uMinister wamapolisa umphathiswa ethetha ngamanani aphakeme kangaka yamapolisa abaphethwe zezi stress kungenzeka ukuba nge-13 zika-August phaa eMarikana nange-16 kwakukhona abanye babo abo.
I wouldn't be able to attest or not attest to that because we didn't make that assessment.
Asizange siphande loo nto andinakwazi ukuba ndinikeze ubungqina kuloo ndawo.
I understand. My question is, it's possible, you cannot exclude the possibility.
Anditsho kokuba uthi kungenza.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, what my learned friend is trying to have the witness do is that she must draw an inference. If it's an inference that's relevant at all, this commission is in as good a position to do that as the witness is. And in short, I think her view on this would be irrelevant.
Ngibeka ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uMahlangu kuba into ecingwa nguCommissioner
Remember, Mr. Gumbi, we had this debate in other contexts, and I invariably came down on the side of those who said that where the Commission is in as good a position as the witness to express an opinion on certain facts, then I wouldn't expect the witness to, wouldn't allow the witness to be asked to express a view. And that applied particularly in case of a number of matters that were dealt with this particular witness herself.
No, Chairperson, I don't have a problem. I can abandon that question and move to another one.
Yeah, all right. So you concede that Mr. Mlanga's point is a valid one. So let's move on to another point. Approach the point you're dealing with from another angle, perhaps.
No, it's fine.
Can I ask a question to help you along the way? If you look at this document that you've got, FFF 42, you will see, as you've said, it's an address given by the Minister of Police, the official opening of the South African Police Service Medical Scheme house in Linwood. And having given some statistics in relation to members of the service who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, and also those who suffer from depression and substance abuse and so forth. He then says near the foot of the page that there are 515 service providers providing debriefing services to the active SAPS members. But he says that that number is insufficient to reach all SAPS members that require help. And then on the next page he says this, and that's relevant to the present witness. I have therefore requested the National Commissioner, the present witness, as part of her immediate priorities, to capacitate these important units as a matter of urgency. Now, perhaps we could ask her what she's done about that in response to that specific request, which was addressed to her by the Minister shortly after, 9 days, I think, after she took up her office.
Yes, that was going to be my next point, Chairperson. I really appreciate that.
Kuyawuba umbuzo wakho olandelayo la xa umgcinisihlalo emboniso kokuba phaya kwikhasi lesithathu umhlekazi umphathiswa.
I'm sorry to ask your question. I hope you don't mind.
Yeah, no, I don't mind, Chairperson.
General wanikezwa amandla kokuba makandise esisibalo sabantu abanikeza ezonyango apha epoliseni ukuba yintoni asayenzile kude kube ngoku.
Yes, National Commissioner, I hope you heard the Chairperson what he said. If you go down there at the bottom of that page, towards the last paragraph, wherein it says there are 515 service providers, psychologists, social workers, and chaplain providing debriefing service to the active SAP members. However, if one considers the fact that there are over 160,000 active SAP members, the reality is that the available 515 providers are insufficient to reach all SAP members that require help. There are currently between 3,000 and 4,000 SAP members that are receiving debriefing consultation via the Employee Health and Wellness Service within the SAPS. And the next paragraph, next page, page 3, the Minister of Police said, I have therefore requested the National Commissioner of Police, General Pieka, as part of a mandate, priorities to capacitate these important
immediate priorities.
Yes, immediate priorities to capacitate these important units as a matter of urgency. Do you see that, National Commissioner?
Yes, sir. National Commissioner. Apho ifuneka ngolu hlobo bebeke ngalo umgcinisihlalo okokuba umphathiswa wathi aba bangu-515 abakhethelwe okokuba banikezwe uncedo kabanele kwinani elikhoyo lamapolisa. Wathi ke kugeneral makenze ngokushesha okokuba kwandiswe elonani.
Can you elaborate, National Commissioner, what is your department is doing to address these shortcomings?
Ke sive kokuba i-department yakho umnyango wenze intoni kude kube ngoku ukwandisa esisibalo.
Advocate, you'd appreciate the fact that to produce the psychologist and to produce a psychologist, a social worker, takes many years. And we know nationally that those are very scarce resources that we're all competing for. And being a government department, with the type of salaries that we offer for some of those areas, we are not top of the list in terms of those who are able to get those. Having said so, I can indicate that one, on a very immediate basis, this is why we adopted a mixed approach of providing the services from inside as well as outsourcing parts of that. I've already indicated that through PolMed, we've gone through a process of getting private providers that could extend our services in the immediate term. And we are also, secondly, through our bursary program, have identified students that are now in training in those various fields so that we can be able to, in the next few years, increase our internal capacity. So the mixed model is to assist us to use that which we have as well as to buy that which we don't have.
Commissioner uyibeka ngolo hlobo kokuba advocate yayiqonda into yokuba i-psychologist ne-social workers gazi into nje ukuthatha iminyaka okokuba ube naba bantu. Uthi ke apha kulizwe lakowethu bancinci aba bantu abandanga. Ngako ke thina njengamapolisa na ngemivuzo ebhadalwa ngamapolisa kunzima ukuba sifumane aba bantu abanje kuhlaleni. Siye sathi ke ngoncedo osinalo eluvela ku-PolMed sa nikeza eminye yale misebenzi kubantu bangaphandle kokuba basincede. Kwiibhasari zethu ke siye senza zonke inzamo kokuba sifumane abantu abazawuya ezikolweni bayofunda lo msebenzi ukuze kule minyaka emizayo sikwazi ukuba naba bantu aba bangaphakathi.
I may also add that we have a collaboration with some of the SETAs that are assisting us with some of the learnerships, because where we are running short, they are able to assist us in getting some of the learnerships to assist us in that space.
Siye safumana ke sacela noncedo kwisitha ezohlukile okokuba zikwazi ukuba noncedo nazo lokuba kwabo bafundi abakhoyo apho abanye babe luncedo apha ngakuthi.
Is it possible, National Commissioner, maybe to give us some figures to that effect, if it's possible? You can do that.
Got them at your fingertips this morning. You can perhaps, at some stage, through your council, provide them to the Commission, and that way they'll come to Mr. Gumbi's attention as well.
Makasinike izibalo ngoku Commissioner umhlali ngaphambili xa engenazo ngoku angazithumela zizawuvezwa ngummeli wakhe okokuba izibalo ezikhoyo kwangoku zesi.
We'll do so, Judge.
Ndizokwenza njalo, Judge.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I move to my last point?
Last point, while we're busy with this exhibit,
Yes.
this question I'd like to ask you, you can give us information about, not now, but later. You'll see on the second page of the speech of the Minister, the opening of PolMed House, he refers to the fact that there are various psychiatric programs for members of the service who are in need of assistance in various ways because they are suffering from psychiatric ailments and problems. And he refers to the fact that many of them are not forthcoming in coming forward to enroll for these programs for various reasons, and he mentions the reasons. We don't have to read them out. But one can understand why some members of the service might be reluctant to come forward for the reasons he gives. And then he says this, this is about the fourth paragraph from the foot of the page. To this end, we also want to specifically make a call to police unions to play a prominent role in encouraging their members to enroll in such programs. The management must continue to review whether the programs are adding value to the well-being of members. Now, that is a remark which the Minister addressed to the unions inter alia to PopCrew. And I would appreciate it if you would in due course give us information, you can do it in writing obviously, there's really evidence on it, as to what PopCrew is doing to use the Minister's words, to play a prominent role in encouraging its members to enroll in these programs.
umhlali ngaphambili ubeveza apha kule ukolu lona oluxwebhu oluveze ngumtekazi uGumbe kokuba kukho kwintetho kaminister apha esithi khona abanye bamalungu amapolisa abaphethwe ngoku zizigulo ezizengqondo kabafuni ukuziveza ngaphambili kuthi ngoku ke sisicelo sakho kokuba kumbutho wakhe babo iPop Crew yenze uncedo nokuba aba bantu mabavele ngaphambili uthi kumgcinisilalo ucela ukubuza koGumbi xa engenalo ayasinikeze emva kwexesha uba iPop Crew yenze intoni ke apha kwisicelo sikamphathiswa.
I don't know whether the National Commissioner from her own knowledge can tell us whether she's aware of efforts being made by Pop Crew and the other unions to do what the Minister suggested they should do.
Asazi ke noma National Commissioner unalo lwazi ukuba iPop Crew neminye imbotho yabasebenzi phaya emapoliseni iyenza intoni yona inzame zayo okokuba la madoda azimele avele ngaphambili.
I'm sure they're doing something, but I'm not quite. I wouldn't have the detail, and they can share this.
Yes.
Obviously, when we get this information from Mr. Gumbi, your council will see it. They can pass it on to your office so that, and possibly, depending on what the answer is, it may be necessary for efforts to be redoubled in this regard, because it's obviously an important point the Minister makes. It applies to your clients.
Yes, I will liaise with my client in terms of getting a detailed information on this critical aspect, Chairperson.
Uthi umhlekazi nyani ibaluleke gqitha lento uzawuthetha ke nabo bePop Crew benze zonke inzame ezikhona baziveze ngaphambili kuze kusetshenzwe kuqhubekele phambili ngolusizo oluzawunikezwa amapolisa.
Yes. Towards conclusion, National Commissioner, can I also refer you to F40? That's a research titled Occupational Stress in the South African Police Service. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
According to this research, if I can refer you, I don't know the page number, but it's towards the end. It should be page 7.
I see in the South African Journal of Industrial Psychology, 2006.
Yes, it should be page 76, Chairperson.
Page 76.
Discussion at the discussion under the topic discussion at the bottom of that topic, the last paragraph.
So this has been numbered as page 5 for our benefit.
Yes, Chairperson.
Last paragraph on the right-hand side under the heading of discussion.
On the left-hand side.
The left-hand side. The third factor, that
yes,
paragraph.
The third factor, yes, Chairperson. According to this research, it indicates that it identifies some stressors in the South African police services. And it indicates that lack of recognition for good work, inadequate of poor quality equipment, inadequate salaries, and seeing criminals go free is some of the stressors in the South African police services. Do you see that?
Beka apha ezinye ke izinto eziyimbangela yalento kokuba amapolisa stress esingaka uthi ukujongelwa phansi kwaba bangaphakamanga imivuzo yabo nokubona aba bantu benze zonke inzame zokuba babambe bephuma phambili.
Can you elaborate, National Commissioner, what the department is doing to identify, to address some of these stressors identified by this research?
Kukho into eyenziwa ngumnyango okokuba ujongane nezi zinto zistress abantu ngolu hlobo.
Let me start off with the issue of insufficient staff. You would note that since 1994, we've almost increased the staff complement of the police by almost 80%. And in my statement, I also indicate how we compare with other countries in terms of police to population ratio. That shows you how the country has ramped up the numbers of police in the service. This is why we're sitting at a ratio of 1:306. So a lot has been done in terms of increasing our establishment in order to achieve some of the objectives that we've set for ourselves: visible policing, bold attempts to fight crime in this country. We've also gone further to deal with issues of looking at dealing with the salary remuneration of members. Over the past few years, there have been quite some continued efforts to improve those salaries. And that continues to be work in progress, because you can never say you're optimal in how you deal with it. But I think with the level of budget that we've received, as I've said, as a budget, as a department, you know, we have a budget of about 63 billion, 70% of which goes to staff, which shows you that we recognize the fact that we're a human resource intensive department. So those type of things are being taken into account, and I think the allocation that we continue to be given recognizes that fact by our National Treasury. On issues of good work, we continue to have a number of recognition that we give to our members. You've alluded already to some of the 10-year loyalty medals, 20-year loyalty medals. We have what we call monetary and non-monetary awards for members who do, you know, excellent work and do different things. So we do have a number of things that we do to recognize the good work that is done by our police. And we have a very solid performance management system that is also linked to incentives.
Uyibeka ngolhlobo uCommissioner kwimbuzo ebikade ibuzwe nguMhlekazi uGumbo kokuba njengoba usitsho kuya ngokungeneli kwamapolisa emsebenzini, kodwa ke kusuka ngonyaka 1994 siye sandisa amapolisa ade afika phaya ku-80%. Ndakunikezwa kokuba xa sithelekisa namanye amazwe simi kanjani. Yiko nje ndithe xa ndithi namhla ipolisa nelinye linabantu abangu-306 kumzantsi wonke. Ndithe ke sizama ukuvimba zonke ezi zinto uthethe ngazo kuba amapolisa makabonakale kujongisane. Xa siza ke kwizinto zemivuzo, imivuzo yamapolisa iyongezwa noko kule minyaka egqithileyo. Akuyonto engenziwa ngosuku olulodwa elo. Uthi National Commissioner kwibudget abayifumanayo phaya kwi-SABC 70% yonke yabasebenzi. Uthi uqwalaselo lomsebenzi emihle enziwa amapolisa nawe ngoko kuye wayiveza kokuba kukho imedali abazifumanayo ezi ze-10 years nezo 20 years bafumane nemali ehambelana naleyo msebenzi emihle. Sinayo ke nendlela esebenza ngayo ye-PMS ethi ukuvuza abasebenzi ababonise ukusebenza ngendlela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We don't have any further cross-examination, and we're going to submit some of the information identified by the Chairperson.
Thank you. There's one other point that arises. I don't know whether you should provide it or the police service should provide it, but you'll notice that the end of this article that you've just been quoting from, which was published in 2006, their recommendations suggested that the SAPS focus on providing officers with the resources they need, both organisationally and personally. Sources of stress that should be a first priority for stress management programs have been identified. That's what the article seeks to do. This type places the onus on the government provision of additional funding. Such funding could contribute directly to the internal stability of the country and the economy. Then the recommendations continue. This study is the first step in developing a comprehensive profile of police stress in that it identified operant stresses in the SAPS. The next step will be to study stress holistically, both work and non-work domains, and the additive and interactive effects of stressors, and there's a reference to a 2001 article. It's further suggested that the equivalence of stress factors be studied in different racial and language groups. And then they went on to say that the instrument which they had developed in the study, because you'll notice it's study which has been funded by the National Research Fund, South African National Research Foundation. They say the
instrument that they developed in their research needs to be further refined and retested in other police samples, so possibly among other Southern African police forces, illustrating concurrent validity, etc. Now, the question I would like to know the answer to is, has that follow-up work that was recommended been done? It looks as if the South African National Research Foundation was involved in the research, and I would imagine that there would have been ongoing work after 2006. So it's obviously, these are important points that are being made, but if you expect us to deal with this material and make recommendations, obviously we must be given up-to-the-minute information. So whether it's for the National Commissioner to give us the information or for Pop Crew, I mean, I don't really mind from whom it comes, but I think it should be given to us. And perhaps you could liaise with the representatives of the police service to see to it that this material, insofar as it exists, is put before us.
I will do that, Chairperson.
And you've heard what I said, National Commissioner. I take it you agree with that.
Thank you very much.
Uvumelana naye uCommissioner njengoba bethetha nomhlekazi uGumbi
Thank you.
okokuba bake bajongisisa okokuba lezindululo ziyezalandelwa na yintoni eyenziwe xa kukhona into eyenziwe izise apha phambili bazokwazi ukuba ekugqibeleni kwale commission ifakwe kwezo zindululo ezawuthunyelwa.
That's the end of your cross-examination, Mr. Gumbi.
Thanks very much.
Advocate Sello, do you have re-examination of the witness? I understand you, as you've told us, you're standing in for your learned leader, Mr. Semenya, who's not available today.
Indeed, I am, Chair. Chair, before I put questions to the Commissioner, with the permission of the Chair, I would like to place on record certain facts that can be confirmed by Ms. Pillay. And this is because it will be quicker to get the facts through in this manner than having to work through further photocopying and further exhibits and through the witness. I have conferred with Ms. Pillay on this, and she has confirmed the following, that on the 7th of March at 1752, SABC forwarded her a copy of the National Commissioner's statement, pointing out that that statement is signed but not commissioned.
Ubeka ngolo hlobo kokuba kwathunyelwa istatement esivela ku-National Commissioner nge-7 kaMarch esasayiniwe kodwa kungekho apho sifungele khona.
The statement itself did not have an indication that it was not for distribution, but the email through which it was sent to Ms. Pillay did state that a properly signed and commissioned statement was yet to be submitted.
Noma sasingasho statement okokuba singakhutshwa ngelo xesha kodwa i-email eyalandela yatsho okokuba istatement esisayindiwe esifungelwe sizawuthunyelwa emva kwexesha sikamphathiswa.
SABC believes that that last point, which was contained in the body of the mail, was not immediately apparent to Ms. Pillay when she received it, because she then forwarded the very uncommissioned statement to all members of the commission on the 8th of March at 7:16 in the morning.
Engayibonanga ke loo ntetho eyayibhaliwe okokuba kuzawuthunyelwa istatement esifungelwe esisayindwe ngokomthetho uMs Pillay wabesenza
not only to the members of the commission but to the parties as well.
To the parties, indeed, ma'am. Indeed, Chair, to the
wasinikeza
parties.
kuwo onke amaqela ohlukile apha.
So, as at the morning of the 8th of March, the parties had or received a statement by the National Commissioner signed by her but not commissioned.
Kwathi ke nge-8 zikaMarch kuwo lo nyaka bafumana i-statement esasibhalwe ngu-National Commissioner esasibhaliwe sisayiniwe kodwa singefungelwanga nazo.
On the same day, the 8th of March, at 17:06, an email was forwarded to Ms. Pillay attaching 1, the signed and properly commissioned statement of the National Commissioner.
Ngayo leyo mini ngo-6 minutes emva kwehora yesihlanu kwasekuthunyelwa istatement ke
Is that the
esisisona
statement
sivela
that didn't have her initials
ku-commission.
on page 7?
Indeed so, Chair. And it is this statement of the 8th of March, signed and commissioned, that was intended for distribution.
Statement esasimele okokuba sinikeze kuwo onke amaqela sesi somhla ka-8 kuMarch.
That very statement was distributed to all parties on the
Yani ke?
8th of March by Ms. Pile at 21:45.
Nyani ke okokuba ngalo mini uMiss Pillay wasikhupha eso statement sinikeza onke amaqela ohlukile.
The effect of this, of all this, Chair, is over a course of 2 days, 7th of March and 8th of March, 2 statements by the National Commissioner were distributed, one signed but uncommissioned, the other one signed and commissioned.
Lento yenzeka ke ngensuku ezimbili ezilandela umsaka
Not
7
initialed
nomhla
by
ka
her
8.
on page 7.
Both of which are not initialed on page 7. And I think Ms. Pile can confirm that. If she's able to, the statement of the 8th of March, or distributed on the 8th of March, dated the 7th, is signed by the person commissioning it on the 7th, but does not have her initials on page 7.
Eso statement athetha ngaso wasisayina lo muntu wayefungisa kodwa wangafaki initials zakhe kwi page engaphambili.
Ms. Pile, I don't know if...
Take it if those facts are correct, she'll confirm them. Are they correct, Ms. Pillay?
Chair, safe for pointing out that page 7 of the version, the so-called final version that was eventually commissioned and signed, bears an initial. I'm not sure whose initial it is, and I can't say which one, whether it's the Commissioner's initial or the Commissioner of Oath's initials. I'm not sure, but it does bear an initial. Safe for that, I confirm.
That you agree with what's been put by Ms. Seller.
That's correct. Yeah.
Uvumelana nayo yonke into ethethwa nguMiss Sello ngaphandle kokuthi phaya kweso statement kukho initial andinazo nje ukuba ngubani noma ngulo wasifungisa noma sese lo wasenza.
Chair, I can clarify that the initial that is found on page 7 is the person who commissioned the statement. The Commissioner of Oaths. If one has regard to all this, both statements, National Commissioner, the witness initials her pages with MV. And
it was covered in cross-examination by Mr. Berger, and the facts that you're now mentioning, not the times when Ms. Pillay did the distribution. And impressive to hear she starts work at 7 in the morning and still at work after 9:30 in the evening.
It's impressive.
But that's what one expects of counsel who are briefed as part of the evidence-leading team. But Mr. Berger did establish the basic facts that you mentioned, so we don't have to go any further than.
Yes, Chair. It was necessary I do this because other I won't call them statements, but we now have a series triple F 31.1 to triple F 33.1 to 33.4. It was mentioned when these documents were submitted that they shall be used in re-examination. Now, it was necessary that I point this out quickly because the context of those documents will only make sense once we have reminded ourselves of this. The result of what I just put before the Commission was that the Commission had what is now annexed to triple F2 and triple F2A. So those are the statements as they stand. Then there is a triple F3 and a triple F3A, which I will clarify through the witness now. National Commissioner, you have followed my submissions to the Commission. I would like us to attempt, hopefully for the last time, to clarify this issue of statements. There seems to have been a lot of confusion, and we hope to resolve it today. If we fail, we failed.
Don't be so pessimistic. Obviously, one assumes from your point of view you will succeed.
Chair, I guess one becomes, because the moment we mention statements, at least as far as I know, none of my colleagues here in the room want to hear anything about these statements anymore. But we shall try again.
We as commissioners can't be bound by their lack of interest in what may be an important point.
I'm indebted to the Commission. Commissioner, you have before you statement Exhibit triple F2.
Yes, I do.
Guess it is triple F2.
Yes, I
And
do.
if our order is correct, that statement must be signed by you and commissioned.
Esi statement esisayinwe nguwe wasifungela.
Yes.
Ewe,
You are on record having stated that this is your statement. This is the statement you intended for this commission to have before it.
uye wayiveza into okokuba
Is that correct?
seso statement wawuzimisela ukuba sivezwe phambi kwale commission kunjalo?
It is correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
A statement, therefore, that is marked Exhibit F2A, whilst also your statement was not intended to be placed before this commission. You confirm that?
Nyaniso okokuba ese singu triple F2A ekusi statement sakho kwakungesona sakufanele sinikezwe phambi kwale commission.
Yes.
Ewe.
You have also before you another statement, Exhibit F3.
Ukho esinye ke sesithathu triple F3.
Yes.
Ewe.
Can you explain to this commission how this statement ends up before the commission?
Akuchazele commission okokuba size kanjani ke esi phambi kwe commission.
And before you do so, for the record, that statement is dated the 12th of March. Please confirm.
Esi statement sine date yomhla ka 12 kuMarch.
It is correct.
Would you then just give the commission a brief explanation of how this statement ends up before the commission?
Incazelo ithini ke size kanjani phambi kwe commission.
I was informed that the commission has an incomplete signing, a statement that did not have a signature on page 7.
Yes.
Ngaxela ukuba commission ifumene a statement esingenayo signature kwikhasi.
I was
lesi-
presented with a statement that you've just referred to as, is it triple F3?
Ndabe sendenza esi statement ke ngibuthetha ngaso ngoku esengwe triple
The
F.
statement that is dated the 12th.
Esisongomhla ka 12 kuMarch.
And my signing of that statement was intended to correct the unsigned page 7.
Finally kwami esi statement ke kwakuzame zokulungisa phaya apho kungekho khona initial page.
I have indicated that when I signed that statement, because I thought it is the same statement that I had submitted for the 7th, I did not go through it. I signed it.
Ndithe ndasisayina ese statement ndikholelwa okokuba seyesiyandanise njengomhla ka 7 ngakho ke anizange ndisifunde sonke.
And when we came to the commission, I realized that that was not my statement, and this is why I said to my lawyers that my statement and the message is the one of the 7th.
Ndibone sendila kwi-commission okokuba hayi kukho intetho apho engeyona ingxelo yami yikho nje ndayiveza apha
Because
kwi-commission.
that was the statement that was corrected to produce the one of the 7th.
Statement esenziwa ukulungisa esiya saphambilini.
So as you at the time you signed triple F3, is it your evidence that you were under the belief, mistaken, that it is a carbon copy of triple F2?
What she said in chief,
Okay, Chair.
or under cross-examination by Mr. Berger. That's what she said. You don't have to repeat it now.
I'm happy to accept that, Chair.
Yes, Chair, I don't
Say
want to
Kasi
object.
then.
I had the privilege of cross-examining the National Commissioner, but I'll very loath to do the same honour to my learned friend. She's not entitled to lead the evidence on what is a contentious issue in this.
Apart from that, she's leading evidence at the moment on a point which was already being covered in evidence. So it's not a re-examination.
That's another ground, but...
You understand the point, Mr.
I'll
Berger.
accept that, Chair, and
But
I'll
be
move
careful
on.
not to cross-examine.
I will.
Otherwise, we may have objections.
I will indeed, Chair. Commissioner, you have before you a series of documents marked triple F 33.1 to 33.5.
Correct.
Waphethe lawo magraph apha phambi kwakhe athetha ngawo triple F.
Could you please explain to the Commission what these documents are briefly?
Uzawuchazela i-commission uba zintoni ezi zincwadi ke aziphethe.
The documents are purely just to show how my statement evolved. When I started writing my statement,
Ezikhombisa nje okokuba ndiqale kanjani ndisiza ndisibhala esi statement sam.
The base document that doesn't carry any other information, carries some base information where I started. You see the statement evolving, adding on the statistics in terms of members that were employing, the budget and all that. You see me taking some of the things out as I refine the statement going forward. You see where I correct where we start introducing my articulations regarding the minister. You see me correcting it to make it ultimately the statement that I submitted on the 7th. That was just to show how my statement evolved and how I've been adding, subtracting to the one that I submitted to the on the 7th.
Okusaqala kanjani statement sam njengoba sifunde nje kukho izinto ezibhaliwe apha inkcazelo ezithize eziye zakhutshwa zaze zaba apha ekugqibeleni ke apho kukwenza khona statement sam esipheleleyo esize saziswa apha kwi-commission.
And do any of these documents, these exhibits, correspond with the statements that are filed, and if so, in what respect?
I think so.
Ezi zinto zivela kula maphepha ziyahambelana nentetho endifake nje kwi-statement sam ekugqibeleni.
And are you able to correspond each one to this filed statements, to the filed, state statements?
Enye nenye yezo zinto uyikhona apho ivela khona kwesi statement isithunyelwe kwi-commission.
Yes, because when I looked at the evolution and I compared with what was submitted, I could immediately work back everything.
Ewe ikhona yonke loo nto.
Please, could you point out how they correspond?
Ungasibonisa kokokuba ihambelana kanjani?
The statement of the 7th of March that is signed and commissioned is the same as what I have as block 4 on that evolution of statements.
And for the record, that is F 33.5.
That would be that one, yes.
Somhla ka-7 kuMatshi siyafanana nesi endienda sifaka ekugqibeleni.
The one with block 3 talks to what one may say is is the statement that is signed but not commissioned. I don't know, I think you have it as F2A.
F2A. And by block 3, you're referring to exhibit F 33.4.
Yes, that in my one it will be block 3.
Yes.
Apa kwesami ngu-block 3 sihambelana nalesi sibhade
Sorry, Chairperson. There's on that block, as it is called, you must remember that there's 3 and 3A. So can we just be more specific?
She's referring to 3 and not 3A. If she refers to 3A, she refers to 3A.
I thought
The
she
one
was
with
referring
3 in
to
the block is 33.3, and the one with 3A in the block is 33.4. I take it Ms. Siller and the witness are referring to 33.3. If I'm wrong...
No, they just said 33.4. That's exactly the confusion.
All right. Well, I take a step back, as Mr. Mpofu is fond of saying, and move forward again, and hopefully you'll have me with you next time.
I will indeed, Chair. I have no intention of adding further confusion to this. National Commissioner, you referred to a statement that you say is block 3.
Yes.
On our records, if my record is correct, block 3 is our exhibit F 33.4.
3.
It's 33.3. That's the point.
Okay.
The other one is the one...
Ms. Pillay probably can settle this matter for us.
Okay, well, if you want to hear it from Ms. Pillay, that's fine.
Chair, if we could get clarity on whether block 3 is 33.3 or...
I can answer that for you, I think, I hope. The one that's marked 33.3 is had got a 3 in the block. The one that's marked 33.4 has got 3A in the block.
The error is mine, my lord.
Thank you.
The error is mine. Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. I'm indebted to
Mr. Mpofu once again has made a valuable contribution. Yes,
Uncedile umhla kaMpofu apha bekukho ukuhlangana ngestatement ihambelana esakhe nesika chairperson.
If I'm correct, the witness said block 3 is consistent with triple F2A. Is that correct? I've now corrected it. That is our current triple F 33.3. Okay. Please continue, General. Is there any other?
The statement of the 12th of March, which is signed and commissioned, which I said was wrong, is in my blocks 3A.
And that we have then as exhibit 33.4.
Yes.
Esisange 12 zika March esisayiniwe safungelwa sivela apha njengo ku block 3A apha kum esiye sanikezwa njengobufakazi obungqina apha kwi commission.
Thank you, Chair. I hope that will assist the Commission and assist the members to understand.
I have a problem, but I don't know whether I should ask it now. Perhaps I should ask it now so you can follow up.
Yes, Chair.
What happened, according to your evidence, is that at some stage after you signed the document for the first time on the 7th of March, two insertions, two bits of misinformation were put into your statement. One at the end of paragraph 23 and the other at the end of paragraph 24. The one case there was an addition, that was 23, and in the case of 24, paragraph 24, there was a change. Now, perhaps we should just look at those first before I carry on so we know what we're talking about.
Maybe, Judge, if you could just repeat. I missed something.
I'll take it slowly.
Okay.
Where's 33.4. No, so give me the
33.4.
Yes. In triple F3, which is the statement dated the 12th of March, at the end of paragraph 23, you got that?
Triple F3.
Triple F3, the statement the 12th of March.
Yes.
The end of paragraph 23, the words "which information I relayed to the minister" appear. They do not appear in the document triple F2, which is the one of the 7th of March, and the various other documents from that school of documents, if you know what I mean. So 23 on the 12th of March document reads, "On the afternoon of August 16, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mpembe, who informed me of the decision to implement stage 3 of the plan, which information I relayed to the minister." And as I said, the words "which information I relayed to the minister" have been added, and in fact, there's been a change also to the earlier part, because the earlier part said that Lieutenant General Mpembe informed you of the decision to implement to implement a dispersal operation of the plan. So the words "a dispersal operation of the plan" have been taken out, and substituted therefore are the words "stage 3 of the plan," and then the words "which information I relayed to the minister" have been added. So that's the first piece of misinformation, according to your evidence, which appears in the statement of the 12th of March. The second one is at the end of paragraph 24, where you say that the correct wording should be that of the last sentence at the end of 24 should be, quote, "I then related the same information." This is after Lieutenant General Mpembe had telephoned you and informed you of the tragedy.
I then related the same information to the Minister of Police telephonically and advised him that I should be attending to the matter personally. Now, what had happened is that the words "and advised him that I should be attending to the matter personally" have been deleted, and substituted therefore are the words "who," that's relating back to the Minister, "advised me to attend to the matter personally so that I can have a first-hand account of the incident." So that's the second piece of misinformation, which is now in the statement of the 12th. Now, when we look at these documents that were given to us recently, if you look at FFF 33.4, that's the one with 3A in the block, one notices that there's a heading which says Statement of the National Commission on the front page, and below that appear the words Amendment on paragraph 23 and 24. Now, if you look, however, at paragraph 23, it doesn't appear to be an amendment, because it simply reads, "We inform you of the decision to implement a dispersal operation of the plan," which you say is okay. There's no misinformation there. And the further piece, the reference to stage 3 isn't there. And the further words which were added, which information I relayed to the Minister, aren't there. So there's nothing wrong as far as I can see with paragraph 23. Paragraph 24, of course, does contain the second piece of misinformation to which you referred, because it contains the words at the end of the last sentence, "who advised me to attend to the matter personally so I can have a first-hand account of the incident." Now, what it appears from this analysis of the document is this, that there were a number of stages in the sort of editing of the document. At one stage, something was added at the end of paragraph 24, but 23 was left as it was. Then whoever was responsible for inserting the misinformation then had another go at dealing with the document, and then also tinkered with paragraph 23. Now, the first point, as I've said, is by adding the words "which information I relayed to the Minister." So there's something wrong with FFF 33.4, because it doesn't reflect an amendment on paragraph 23 and 24. That's the first point. So that's my difficulty. But perhaps I can put the further points I want to put to you all in one so you can deal with them properly. I take it when you discovered that your statement had been tampered with and that 2 pieces of misinformation had been inserted in it, you must have been a bit distressed and concerned. And I assume that you caused investigations to be made as to find out who the culprit was, who the person was who tampered with your statement on 2 occasions and inserted bits of misinformation. Am I correct in making that assumption? You caused investigation to be made to identify the culprit?
Buza uCommissioner kokuba wenza na uphando ukuze kufumaneke ukuba ngubani lo ofake ingxelo phaya kwi-statement zakhe ezingeyona inyaniso noma mhlawumbe kwakwenzeke impazamo.
Judge, I did not have the sense that there was a culprit. I knew that, as I indicated, that as my statement evolved, one of the issues we needed to deal with was I did not factor in the communication with the Minister. If you see my best document, I put question marks around whether the Minister was there on the 17th and whatever, and I'm asking my team to say, give me facts and give me information that I need to factor in terms of that. When my statement evolves and we go on, I say to them, I have that omission. Can we factor in the omission? And I have said to you that I requested that that be factored. When it came, I said that's not how it happened. I corrected. And this is how I end up with the factored information that I had to correct to say the actual representation of that is this. But at the end of the day, the whole notion was to say I did have engagement with the Minister and it had to appear in my statement.
Yes, I understand that. But who then added the information, the first bit of misinformation, namely that you relayed the information that you'd received about the implementation of a dispersal and disarmament plan? Who was responsible for inserting the first bit of misinformation into the draft? You explained how the documents evolved,
Now, if you put it in, then fine, that's the answer to the question. You inserted it. But I understood your evidence to be you didn't. It wasn't correct. So somebody else did it. So what I want to know is, who was that person? Do you know?
I have two people who assist me in that regard, Brigadier Stolle in my office and Major General Zuma, who's been assisting me in this process of the hearing.
Now, so would one of them, would that be fair? One of them must have been responsible for inserting those words, which information I relayed to the Minister, in para 23 of the draft at some stage of its evolution to finality. Would that be fair?
I beg your pardon?
I say one of those two people, the Brigadier or the I think you said the Major General, one of those two must have been the person who inserted those words, which information I relayed to the Minister, in the draft of paragraph 23 of your statement, on its route to finality. Was that correct?
That is inserted by me. I tell them that the way you've captured it, you haven't captured it correctly. Which information I relayed to the Minister, that is me saying that.
Oh, you said that?
Yes.
I see. All right. So that's the first. Now, let's move on to the second point. Sorry, Mr. Bushanga, forgive me.
Ugeneral njengoba bezibhala ezizinto encediswa ngaba bantu nguye wathola okokuba ndiye ndayigqitha ayingenanga pha kwi-statement sam mayifakwe yafakwa ndim loo ntetho.
All right. It's now 1 o'clock, so perhaps we can deal with the second piece of misinformation after the lunch adjournment. We'll adjourn till 2 o'clock.
Sawude singene ngo-2 apha sawugqiba khona ngale ntetho.
Former President Nelson Mandela is spending a fourth day there, receiving treatment for a recurring lung infection. The main entrance to the hospital has been cordoned off, and those entering are being screened. Last night, barricades were set up in an area where a number of journalists were camped out. Madiba was admitted on Saturday, and is receiving treatment for a recurring lung infection. Yesterday, the presidency said he remained in a serious but stable condition. Let's find out what's happening in Pretoria. Senior reporter Belinda Moses is there for us. Belinda, any updates this afternoon? Okay, we're going to get to Belinda again a little bit later and try and find out the condition of former President Nelson Mandela. Let's move on to other news this afternoon. ANC MPs appear to have softened their stance in the debate on labour brokers. The new Labour Relations Bill is today being discussed in Parliament. Earlier this morning, ANC MPs called for a ban on the practice of hiring casual workers through a middleman. The ruling party says workers are exploited, but it has agreed to brokers employing workers for no longer than 3 months. After that, companies must employ them directly. The Democratic Alliance says labour brokers should be given 6 months leeway. It says brokers offer workers more stability than if they had to find jobs themselves. The DA says tighter regulations in the amended labour bill are sufficient to curb the abuse of workers by brokers. A ban would be seen as a major win for organised labour, with COSATU leading the charge. International Relations Minister Maite Nkona Mashabane has kicked off her European tour with high-level talks in Brussels. It comes amid reports the EU is planning to ban South African citrus fruit imports over contamination concerns. ENCA Brussels correspondent Sandra Guthman has more.
Talks between Minister Nkwana Mashabane and the EU's Foreign Affairs Chief Catherine Ashton were largely preparatory for the EU-South Africa summit in Pretoria next month. But they also brought up an issue of trade. Alarm bells have been ringing after reports emerged over the weekend that the EU is considering a permanent ban on the import of citrus fruit.
A larger percentage of our citrus produce get exported to the EU. So yes, we engaged on this citrus fruits and the so-called black spot that some European consumers have concerns on. And there has been an undertaking from the European side that our scientists, our producers will continue engaging.
The minister also said that discussions between EU officials and research teams in South Africa have been accelerated, and that South Africa's citrus industry members are keen to come to the negotiating table to make sure they don't lose their best customer. Sandra Guthman, Brussels.
Let's go back to Pretoria. Senior reporter Belinda Moses is outside the hospital where Nelson Mandela has been since Saturday. Belinda, are there any updates?
Well, Bobna, I think it's fair to say that
Commissions commencing, yes, Study Commission, masukumen zonke.
The Commission resumes. National Commissioner, are you still under oath?
Sepansi kwesifungo, Commissioner.
That I want to ask you about relates to what I call the second bit of misinformation, which is the statement at the end of para 24 in the final version, the version that, the final version that was before the Commission from a date point of view, the one signed on the 12th of March. If we look at Exhibit FFF 33.4, which is 3A, that is described on the front as Statements of the National Commission Amendment on Paras 23 and 24. As we saw, 23 wasn't really amended, but 24 was, by the deletion of what appeared in your earlier statement and the substitution of the words "who advised me," that's the minister who advised me to attend to the matter personally, so I can have a first account of the incident. Now, who effected the change there? Who was responsible for the substitution of that piece of misinformation in the statement which was signed on the 12th of March?
As already indicated, Judge, I requested that they factor in this engagement of me with the minister. So when it came to me, I then said I need to correct it to reflect what the actual state of issues are, and that's what sits in my statement of the 7th.
But why would they have put in these words, one of them, I don't know which one it was,
yes.
And I don't think you know either, who advised me to attend to it. Where did the idea come from that the minister had given you that advice rather than your informing him what is reflected in the earlier version of the statement?
I did say, Judge, that I requested my office to factor in these issues. How they captured it came from me, but it wasn't captured the way I wanted it to be captured. That's why when it came, I corrected it to the version to say it is not well captured, and the very same people that I've been using to work on my statement are the people that have been taking my instructions, doing what they are doing, correcting, and putting it into the version that I wanted it to.
I understand what you mean.
Yavela kuye lo ntetho ento yabhaleka ngendlela ethizo ithe xa seyibuya kuye wabaxelela yena ukuba ibhaleka ngakakuhle ndiye ndathi bayilungise.
Do I understand you to mean that they misunderstood you, one or the other or both of them, misunderstood you, and thought that you said that the minister gave you this advice, rather you, whereas in fact the true facts were that you gave him the information which is set out in the earlier version of the statement?
Judge, the truth of the matter is, I don't know whether it's misunderstanding or whatever, but the truth of the matter is there is no way the minister would say to me, I must do that, because he's not there and the personal whatever. And I corrected it to say, this is what happened.
You see, no, I understand that, but I want to know if it's possible for us to find out where this piece of misinformation came from. Was it based on a misunderstanding of what you told the Brigadier and the Major General, or did they get information from somewhere else?
Not anywhere else. It was my communication with the team to assist me to finalize it. There was no other person who was in this. It was myself and the team iterating to say, factor in the issue of the minister. You know that I spoke to him telephonically. I've been giving him progress. So
so
it does sound as if what you were telling us is that they must have misunderstood you. I mean, you didn't tell them, did you, that the minister advised you to attend to the matter personally?
so you could have a first-hand account of the incident.
That is if the minister never told me that.
And did you never tell that to them? See, I'm not for the moment, I'm concerned how this bit of misinformation, as you describe it, found its way into the statement.
Perhaps maybe the best way of putting it is that there could have been a misunderstanding in terms of what I was trying to say, in terms of my message, and that's why I corrected it to carry my full message.
I mean, is it that there must have been a misunderstanding and therefore there was? Or is it that there could have been a misunderstanding? Because if there could have been a misunderstanding, then there could have been something else. But if it is a case of there must have been a misunderstanding and therefore there was a misunderstanding, then I can understand it. Now, what is the position? I don't want to be difficult, but it's a point that's come up.
Yeah.
I mean, it does cause a bit of puzzlement, really, and we must try to get to the bottom of it some way or the other. So I'd be grateful if you'd help me on that.
Certainly for it to be written like this, my instruction was not understood, and this is why I corrected it.
That presupposes that they weren't aware of the exact nature of the engagement that you had with the minister.
They wouldn't be.
Now, what the other point, of course, as I asked you about, is it does appear that both of these bits of misinformation didn't find their way into the statement at the same time. Because as we saw, the one we've been busy now, the one I've called the second bit of misinformation, came in first. And the other one, about your relaying information to the minister earlier on when you were told about the proposed implementation of the plan, that was only added later. Now, how did that happen?
Ezingxelo zimbini ke zangena apha kwi-statement sakho ngamaxesha ohlukile apho wawuthi khona uye waxelela uminister ukuba kwenzeka ntoni nantoni kwathi ke le nenye yavela mva kwenzeka kanjani ukuba zingene ngamaxesha ohlukile.
Judges have said there have been iterations and iterations of my statement, and it culminates in the one of the 7th.
Njengoba nichazile ukuba sibhala ngexesha elilodwa statement ndandisibhala basenze siphinde sibuye kum njalo njalo.
I've got more trouble, I must tell you, with the first bit of misinformation, because as we can see from,
Apologies, Chair, please proceed with your question.
Because as we can see the statement at one stage, as far as paragraph 23 was concerned, simply ended up by saying that Lieutenant General Mpembe had telephoned you, informed you of the decision to implement the dispersal operation of the plan, and that's where it stopped. There was no mention of the minister at all.
Yes.
But as we can see from as we can see from exhibit triple F 33.4, what I call the second bit of misinformation, the wrong statement that the minister gave you certain advice after you informed him of the tragedy, that was put in, but paragraph 23 had no mention of the minister. And what happened thereafter, it would seem, was that the bit about your relaying the information to the minister that a decision had been taken to implement the plan was inserted later. How did that happen?
Asasijonga esinye statement ngoku apho usuwongeza khona lento okokuba emva kokuba ufumane ingxelo evela ku-General Mpembe wase uwongeza ngaleyo okokuba wase uthetha ntoni ke nominister.
Sorry, Ms. Siller, forgive me. I was going to ask these questions later. I thought you were dealing with the point, so it seemed appropriate to put my difficulties to her now, so that you can, if necessary, take the matter further and assist by throwing further light on the matter, if you wish to do so.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in full agreement with the Chair on that. National Commissioner, you are on record having said that over the course of the Marikana issue, you had conversations with the Minister.
Yes. Yes.
Andithi uyishilo lento kokuba xa kwenzeka ezi zinto phaya wawumxelela uminister ukuba kwenzeka ntoni eMarikana. Ewe.
Did you, in your discussions with the Minister, discuss the plan for Marikana, which now is known as SSS3, the detail of that plan?
Elicebo ke iplan le
double S3
eyenziwa
rather, my apologies.
okokuba kuzokwenziwa ntoni nantoni wamxelela uminister ke nathetha ngaloo nto.
No, I did not.
Andizange.
From your conversations with the Minister, would the Minister have understood that the plan has got various stages?
Xa uthetha naye uminister ubeza kuyiqonda into yokokuba icebo eli line zigaba ezohlukile.
No, he wouldn't, because those are operational intricacies.
Bengekayazi loo nto ngoba zezo zizinto ezenziwa sithi apha ebupoliseni.
And if you, during one of the conversations with him, had told him that General Mbombo advised they will be moving to stage 3, would the Minister have understood based on your previous conversations?
Kwizintetho ke wawunazo naye uminister apha ekugqibeleni xa ubungathi kuye uGeneral Mbombo ungcela ukuba ngokusiyongena esigabeni sesithathu ubezawuqonda loo nto ithethayo ukuba uthetha ngantoni.
No, he wouldn't.
Bengeka benalwazi ukuba ndithetha ngantoni.
Regarding the planned action for the 16th, what did you communicate to the Minister?
Ke plan ke elali
What, if anything?
What, if anything,
kukhona
Related
into
to
wayithetha nominister ngeplan yange-16 zika-August.
What I said to the Minister was that we are looking at dispersing the crowds that were converging on the copy.
Into endayixela nayo kokuba sesifike ngoku esigqibeni sokokuba sibasasaze aba bantu babehlangene phaa entabeni.
If I may refer you then to FFF3, paragraph 23. You just dealt with it with the chair now. FFF3. The statement at paragraph 23 currently reads, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mpombo, who informed me of the decision to implement stage 3 of the plan, which information I relate to the Minister. FFF3 is the statement dated 12th March.
Okay.
Statement sakho sange-12 zika-March apho uchazela khona okokuba uthe xa exelela uGeneral Mbombo ukuba uzakwenziwa ntoni wayigqithisela kumphathiswa lo ngxe.
You see the paragraph?
Yes, I do.
Ndiyayibona.
Before we broke for lunch, you confirmed to the chair that you had relayed information to the Minister. Do you recall that?
Yes, I
Ngokuba
do.
siye lantshini uyawavuma xa ubuza ngusihlalo okokuba ewe wayigqithisa loo ntetho igqithisela kuminister. Njalo?
In light of the answers you have given regarding the Minister's knowledge as obtained from you regarding the various stages, what you relate to the Minister, is it correctly reflected in 23, paragraph 23?
Into wayigqithisela kuminister omxelela yona yile evela apha ku-paragraph 23 yesi statement.
No, what I relate is what is sitting in my statement of the 7th, because the Minister would not know what stage 3 is.
Intetho enyanzo yilevele kwi-statement sam phaya esisange-7 ngoba xa bendithi ngathetha ngesigaba sesithathu stage 3 uminister bengeke azi ukuba ndithetha ngantoni.
Thank you, National Commissioner. I'm going to move to a different point now. During the cross-examination of Advocate Madlanga, there was a discussion regarding the statement of Marburg. I think his statement is FFF7. It's not necessary for you to refer to it. Unfortunately, his statement does not state his rank. But you do remember, I think it's voter Marburg.
Uyakhumbula ukuthethwa ngestatement esika Mayback ngelixesha ubuzwa ngumhlekazi uMadlanga imibuzo?
Yes, I remember.
Ewe ndiyakhumbula.
At the end of that cross-examination, or during the course of cross-examination on that, the chair inquired from you whether you had been furnished with a report by IPED of the investigations into the allegations by Marburg. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula ukubuza umgcini sihlalo okokuba ukho statement oyasifumana esivela kwi-IPED esiphathelene nento kaMayback?
Yes, I recall.
Ewe.
Transcript has you as saying you did not have a report then.
Yeah, when you quote the transcript, it would be helpful if you give the page number. So when one reads the transcript, one can refer back very easily if you have the page number available.
The discussions between Advocate Madlanga and the witness on Marburg are on day 66 from that's the 19th of March, 2013. And that will be from pages 6940 to 6943.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Veza okokuba le ngxelo ivelaphi apha kwirecord lale commission.
What I want to find out from you now is, that was in March, now that in June, have you since been furnished with a report by IPED of the Marburg investigations?
KwakungoMarch kulonyaka xa ubuza lento sikuJune ngoku uye wayifumana ke leyo report evela kwi-IPED emaqondana nalo uMayback?
No, I haven't received any report.
Andikafumani report kude kube ngoku.
Going back to Marikana, you have said in your evidence on a number of occasions that you took decisions regarding Marikana.
Xa siphinda eMarikana uthi uwe wawenza izigqibo maqondana.
I want to clarify one aspect with you, and in order for me to do so, would you very briefly describe the nature of decisions you took in respect of Marikana?
Wawuzenza ke eziphathelene neMarikana ungakundichazela nje ukuba ezinye zazo kwakuzintoni?
I have indicated during my testimony that the decisions that I took in line with my role and responsibility were of a strategic and enabling nature for those who should operate.
And
izigqibo endandizithatha ke kwakuya ngamandla lawo endinika wona kwisikhundla endikuso ezazi nokuthi zivumele aba babenza umsebenzi bakwazi ukwenza ngendlela.
And when you say they were of an enabling nature, what do you mean?
Awusichazele apho.
Just for clarity.
Ibanike indlela abangenza ngayo kanjani.
I would mean if, for example, one looks at the deployment of resources from one province to the other, I needed to take a decision that says, yes, that can happen, so that those that facilitate that would have the enabling environment to be able to do so.
Mandithi izinto ezifana nokuthunyelwa kombutho wamapolisa aphuma kwelinye iphondo kwenye kufanele igqithe kumlonto apho ndivumile ke ukwazi okokuba abo bafuna lamapolisa bakwazi ukuthi basebenze ngendlela.
It was suggested during cross-examination, in fact it was asked whether you took any operational decisions regarding Marikana, and by operational decisions I would understand, and I want to know if you share my understanding, that refers to decisions on what must be done and how it must be done.
Kwathiwa apha uye wenza izigqibo ezithize pha eMarikana ukuba makwenziwe ntoni yenziwe ngendlela enjani ikhona lonto.
Is that how you would understand operational decisions too?
Sithetha ke ngezigqibo ezinjalo zizo ezithi kubo mabenze lento ngendlela enje.
Those type of decisions are left to those who are in operations because they have the necessary delegations and responsibilities as clearly outlined by our prescripts.
Njengokuya ke kwemimiselo ebekiwe apha kukho amandla agqithisela kwababanye kufanele benze ezo zigqibo kwizikhundla abanikwe zona.
So those people would be able to take those operational decisions.
Apho ke kufanele kwenziwe khona umsebenzi othize ophethe apho nguye owenza eso sigqibo.
And did you take any operational decisions regarding Marikana?
Kule nto yasemarikana kukho apho wena waye wenza isigqibo sokuba makwenziwe le nto?
Okay.
No.
Andizange.
There were further discussions with you regarding the use of the R1, R5, and Chairman, I'll try and get the reference to the transcript. And I further, it was around the use of those weapons, and you were asked whether you have done anything about what the SAPS expert says regarding the reassessment of the employment of R5s. Do you remember that discussion?
Uyakhumbula okokuba ingqali le ye-SAPS ibeka kanjani ngokusebenziswa kwale mpu ye-R1 ne-R5?
Yes, I remember that.
Uyayikhumbula loo ntetho?
A specific question was put to you whether you have done anything about what De Rover states in his statement, and your answer was that you hadn't.
Uye wabuza imibuzo kokuba kukho into soyenzile na ngale ntetho evezwa ngulo uDe Rover kule ntetho yakhe wathi wena akukho nto soyenzile kude kube ngoku.
It is true.
Nyani leyo.
Can you explain to the Commission why it is you haven't done anything about the employment of R5s in crowd management situations yet?
Ungakwazi ukuchazela iCommission lokokuba kwezi zinto olawulweni lwezihlwele phaya intoni ungakwenzanga isigqibo sokuba isetshenziswe nini xa kutheni le mipu?
Matters relating to the nature of equipment we use are not things that you can change overnight. They are a matter of policy, and we believe that some of the recommendations that are going to come out of here, we will sit down and look at those and get into a policy process to check whether indeed those are some of the recommendations that we should consider, be able to implement. So at this point in time, I wouldn't say those policy processes would wait for the total outcome, would look at the recommendations that have been made, and we will take them through the policy processes of SABC.
Impendulo ke ithi usetshenziswa lezinto ezijengezo izixhobo ezisetshenziswa emapoliseni akuyo into engenziwa nje ngelo nelo xesha. Kufanele kujongisiswe kujongene i-commission lokokuba iyawuthini ngaloo nto kuyothi ke xa sekwenziwe ezo zinto le commission sibe sesijongo kokuba singasebenza kanjani nakanjani phi naphi.
I would like to refer you to an exhibit that was distributed this morning. It's FFF 42. That's a speech by the Minister of Police of the 21st June 2012. Advocate Gumbi dealt with this statement with you.
Kukho intetho eveze namhlanje ngumhlekazi uGumbi xa ekubuza imibuzo intetho eyavezwa ngumphathiswa umthetho mhla ka-21 kuJune 2012.
It's FFF 42. Have you located it?
I've reduced my papers. I'll read with you.
National Commissioner, do you have it before you now?
Yes.
Page are you referring to?
I'm referring to page 2.
Ukhombiswa pha ekhasini lesibini lale alolu xwebhu.
And Advocate Gumbi dealt with paragraph 3 on page 2 with you, which
Uye
refers
wayabesivakalisa sesithathu Mhlekazi Gumbi.
to the number of members suffering from depression and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you see that part?
Ubethethwa nge nani lamalungu amapolisa aphethwe sesifo se-depression ne-post-traumatic stress esibangwa ngumsebenzi.
Yes, I do see that.
Ngiyayibona loo nto.
I would like to refer you to paragraph 7 of that on that page, which is about three paragraphs below the one I've just referred you to.
Xa siza kwesi ke sesixhenxe sivakaliso.
And that paragraph starts with the statement, other factors might be that SABC members are prohibited access to personal firearms if they suffer from a psychiatric condition. You see that?
Apho kuthiwa khona ilungu lombutho xa liphethwe yilento ukuba aliphathekanga kahle apha ngokomqondo alivunyelwa kokuba lisebenzi noma liphathe umpu walo.
Yes, I do.
Ndiyayibona lo.
Is that a correct policy position of SABC, as you understand things?
Into eyenzekayo lena ngumthetho okhona phaya kwi-SABC.
Benefit of those in the auditorium and watching it on the World Wide Web, it would be helpful if the full context of that were given. The Minister was speaking about SAPS members who are not utilizing counseling programs because they have the wrong perceptions. And he then suggests that one of the factors may be that because SAPS members are prohibited access to personal firearms if they suffer from a psychiatric condition, that may be a reason why they're not prepared to go forward to participate in psychiatric programs. That's the context. Now, what exactly is the question you want to ask the witness about that?
Apha ubeyichaza ngabanzi umgcini sihlalo kokuba ifundeka kanjani lento kokuba amapolisa lawo manje enziwa yintoni angafuni ukuvela ngaphambili xa kunento ethize mhlawumbe engabaphathi kakuhle engqondweni ukuba abanawufumana igunya lokuba baphathe impu ngoba bangafuni ukuvela ngaphambili. Umbuzo ke yintoni apho?
Following on that statement, as the chair has properly contextualized, I want to find out whether or not SABC members are indeed prohibited access to personal firearms if they suffer from a psychiatric condition.
Umbuzo yilo kokuba xa kufumaneka ukuba ipolisa alilunganga kakuhle apha entloko alinalo alinikwa igunya lokuba libe nompu ongowalo.
Yes, it is a correct policy position. Once we have identified a member that they have a challenge in that regard, we do remove that type of equipment from the member.
Wouldn't there in fact be a danger of the service being held liable, civilly liable, if someone who was known to have a psychiatric condition, who was a member of the service, who was known to have a psychiatric condition, was allowed to remain in possession of the firearm, and that firearm were used to kill or injure somebody? Would there not be distinct danger of the civil liability on the part of the police for allowing that to happen?
It would be a danger, and this is why we have a policy to remove the arms.
Xa kufumana okokuba ilunga linokokuqala okokuba hayi noko apha entloko alikho kakuhle iyathathwa isixhobo esinjengompu ngoba xa lingasebenzisa lowo mpu kulamaza kanibulala umntu kuyawuba ngumbutho ozawubekwa ityala.
We are in full agreement with the chair on the dangers of deploying such people. And if I may just round up this question, if a member has had his personal firearm, or he's been denied access to his personal firearm because he's been diagnosed with a psychiatric condition, does that member, or is that member ever deployed in operations? Personal firearm.
Angaphilanga kakuhle uyathunyelwa yini kumsebenzi enjengalena?
Once we identify a member such as that one, first step is that once that diagnosis has been given, the assessment has been given, we remove the equipment. But then we don't leave the member. We put the member through the necessary counseling, treatment, attention of doctors. And that member will not be deployed to active operations. That member will do a lot of backroom work, office work, and those type of things. It is only after that member is reassessed and be found to be fit that member can be given back his equipment and then redeployed.
Thank
Xa
you.
umuntu efunyanwa okokuba kuleyo meko athathelwe umbu akugqijelwa nje apho ubese enikezwa ezonyango ke anakelele ngayo yonke indlela asebenzise imisebenzi yapha nje ofisini aloko ehlolwa kuze kufike apho kuthiwa khona uselungile ngaphandle kokuba angathunyelwa ukwenza imisebenzi enjengale.
And lastly, National Commissioner, may I revisit the issue of statements? I want to find out from you, with the confusion that has arisen with the statements, the chairperson at times refers to the information you disagree with contained in particular in Exhibit FFF3 as misinformation. I want to find out from you whether it is your view that the wrong information, as you termed it, in FFF3 was inserted by anyone of your team with an intention to mislead this commission. Did you ever hold such a view?
Ubuza okokuba unayo na ingcingo zokuba lo muntu wafaka le ntetho apha ebingeyona ubenza leyo nto ngabomu ezama okokuba axokele le commission.
Chairperson, object. I thought the evidence before lunch was that the witness said it was her doing that, or rather the information emanated from her, and she did not seek to blame the persons that she mentioned.
No, Chair, that's not correct. What the witness said before lunch was in response to the Chair's question regarding culprits, and she said she did not deem anyone a culprit. About how the information as reflected in FFF3 came to be, that discussion was had with the witness by the Chair after lunch, where...
It's not as simple as that. You remember there were two items. The one was para 23, and the other one was, I think it's paragraph 24. 24.
That's correct, Chair.
And after lunch I dealt with paragraph 24, and before lunch I dealt with 23. And I think it's probably best to let the transcript speak for itself on what was said and what wasn't said. But you're asking a different question. Now I'm not sure it's strictly relevant, but I don't want you to complain later that you were prevented from asking a question that was relevant, I mistakenly thought was irrelevant. Are you suggesting that anyone put any bit of misinformation into your statement in order to deceive anybody? I think that's the question. What's your answer to that? You weren't listening, you make a note. I'll repeat the question. The question was asked, I'm not sure it's relevant, but on the other hand, I want to give your counsel the opportunity to get the answer to the questions he's asked. Are you suggesting that any misinformation that found its way into your statement was put there by anybody with the intention of deceiving anybody, bringing them under a wrong impression?
No.
Ayikho lonto uthi akukho umuntu amkokela okokuba wafaka lento ngabomu ezama okokuba axokise le commission noma ngeyiphi indlela.
Thank you, Chair. Those are the questions we have in re-exam.
Gqibela apho ke umeselo uthi uyabulela kakhulu kwi-commission.
My colleague Advocate Koto wishes to ask you a question or questions.
Umhlekazi uCommissioner Takota uthi ufuna ubuza nje imibuzo elicela.
General, we are aware that you were not present during all of that operation, but you were kept informed at all stages. Were you informed about the Muti story? And if so, were you informed as to what extent was it taken into account, if it was at all, during the decision to to implement stage 3 of the plan.
Ubuzwa apha nguCommissioner Tokota kokuba siyayazi into yokuba ubungekho phaya bebakuxelela ukuba kwenzeka ntoni nantoni. Umbuzo ukuba le ndaba yokusetshenziswa kweyeza phaya wawuxelelwe nangayo. Xa wawuxelele ngayo yaba nafuthe lini apha nithatha isigqibo sokuba niyawungena ngoku kwinqanaba elesithathu lokuba sasaza nokuba hlukanisa aba bantu?
I was made aware of the Muti issues because when we looked at some of the pictures with the skull on the chest, you were asking yourself what would have been the significance and all those type of issues. But at no point was I informed that the Muti issue informed the plans and the interventions that were being made by the police.
Ndaxelwa ndayibona nemfanekiso apho bekusetshenziswa khona amayeza lawa kodwa ke akukho xesha apho yaba khona nefuthe lento yokusebenza umthi kwisigqibo ezathathwa ngamapolisa.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. The first relates to the briefing that you received. The first topic I want to cover relates to the briefing that you received on the evening of the 16th of August when you arrived at Marikana. Now, on the evening of the 16th of August, you were briefed by Lieutenant General Mpembe, General Allendale, General Naidu, Brigadier Karlitz, and Lieutenant Colonel Scott. That's the evidence that we have. Did they brief you that there were 2 incidents, or 1? And that some protesters, or strikers, were wounded, some fatally, at 2 scenes?
Waxelelwa nanga ababalayo umhlekazi phaya umphathi wephondo uGeneral Mbombo nababanye uKalets Anandeli nababanye babekhona apho kude kube kuScott bamxelela ukuba izehlakalo ziye zabazimbini phaya kukhona esokuqala apho ke kwasweleka khona abantu kwaba khona nesesibini apho kusweleke khona abantu.
The scenes were not yet termed scenes, but they mentioned that there was the area where the wire was, and there was a bushy area, as I also mentioned it in my statement, where the other people died from.
Ngelo xesha bekungakabi kholo mahluko okuba kusehlakalo sokuqala nesesibini apha babethetha njengezehlakalo esinye senzeke phaya apho kwakucale kho ucingo esinye senzeke phaya apho kukho amahlahla.
So there were effectively 2, if the word scene wasn't used, there were effectively 2 places or spots where things happened.
Babethethe ngezindawo ezimbini apho kwenzeke khona ezi zinto.
How it came across, Judge, was that they were where they were working, and then there was some running away and following to that bushy area. That's how it came across.
Yaxela kumba kuyenzeka lento apha kwabakho ababalekayo base balandelwa ke phaya kule ndawo enamahlahla.
At what stage, according to what they told you, did the police have to use force to protect themselves from a charging mob? Did they tell you that the police had to use force to protect themselves from a charging mob? If so, did they tell you at what stage that was?
The understanding was that as they were, they tried to put a barbed wire so that they can stop and talk to those that the protesters, and at some point they broke through the barbed wire or came through the other side of the barbed wire.
Indlela endaxelelwa ngayo kokuba kwakho ixesha apho kwakutsalwa khona olucingo injongo kokuba kuthi kungatsalwa olucingo kwazi ukuba kuthethwe nalaba bantu kuthe ngeli xesha isatsalwa kwase kuba khona oluhlaselo xa kuzawusuka yonke le ngqushu.
Was at that stage that they had to use force to protect themselves against this charging mob?
Kwaba ngelo xesha ke apho amapolisa kwadinga kokuba asebenzise amandla ukuzikhusela.
That was my understanding, because the people that came in kept on approaching.
ilon vele ndayivanga ukuba aba bantu bebaloku besiza apha ngasemapoliseni.
Thank you. I'd now like to move to another topic. It's the topic of demilitarization.
Ndiye kule yesibini ke intetho ngifuna ukuyibuza kuwe.
Mr. Madlanga raised with you the question of demilitarization and drew your attention to the relevant chapter of the report of the National Planning Commission, in which a strong recommendation was made that the police service, which had been demilitarized in 1994 and had become remilitarized subsequently, should be re-demilitarized, if I can use that expression. Now,
Kuye kwavela intetho apha yokokuba umbutho lwamapolisa wasuswa ebupoliseni ngo-1994 waphinde waphindisela futhi njengomkhosi wamapolisa.
I take it that the re-demilitarization issue raises what we may call a when question rather than a whether question. Demilitarization is going to take place. The only question is when. Would you agree with that?
Andithi into yokuba iyawususwa ke lento yokuba kube ngumkhosi kodwa ke ixesha nje sengaziyo ukuba nini.
I would not agree with that, Judge.
Iyavumelana naloo ntetho.
No, I don't agree. I would not agree with that.
Andivumelani naloo ntetho Mhleka.
Are you saying that you, or possibly those who work with you at Wachthuis, the headquarters of the police service, don't agree with that recommendation of the National Planning Commission?
Andiva kakuhle uthi abusebenza nabo phaya head office eWachthuis kabavumelani nalombono kanene uthi.
Judge, I can say even this weekend we were with the Planning Commission because the whole issue of interpretation of militarization and demilitarization, we're asking the question whether a rank is militarization or the way we do things talks to the militarization or demilitarization.
Na kule viki igqithileyo besisenomhlangano njengalowo judge apho kuthethwa khona ngamagama okokuba lento lena iqonda kanjani okokuba xa unika umuntu irank usuke umenza umuntu womkhosi kanene.
We asked the question to say at the time when it was decided that there was militarization, what was the background philosophy that informed that discussion?
Yes, abuza imibuzo ke manezimpendulo ba xa kuzokwenziwa lento beku yintoni ebicingwa ukuze kwenziwe lonto.
And actually in the discussion that we were having, we agreed that we need to re-engage because it appears we are starting from different vantage points. What we know is that policing in this country, given the constitution that we're having, it should respect all those principles, the rights of people, the responsibilities of the citizens to abide with the law, our responsibility to ensure that we give policing within a human rights environment.
Na kwangoku ke kusathethwa ngalento lena akho sigqibo sesithathiwe kodwa ke into esivumelene ngayo siyaziyo okokuba umsebenzi wopolisa apha kulezwe la kokwethu ufanele kuba lihambisane nomgaqo siseko zonke imfuno ezikhona kumgaqo siseko hlonipho kubantu yonke into njengoba ibekwa kumgaqo siseko welilizwe.
I won't go through the passages in chapter 12 of the report of the National Planning Commission, which was handed in as Exhibit FF13, because Mr. Malanga did that. But the clear view was expressed in that chapter that it's not just a question of formal military ranks, the question of mindset and general approach, and the attitude of the public and the community at large to the police, where they see the police not as a service, but as a force which adopts a military approach towards them in certain circumstances. But I don't want to repeat that because that's already on record. But do I understand you then to say that it's by no means an open and shut question that whether the police will be re-demilitarized, that the thinking of you and your senior colleagues is that may not happen, and that recommendation of the National Planning Commission may not be implemented? Is that what you're telling us?
Apha sisindulo se-National Planning Commission lekokuba makususwe ezi zirenke emapoliseni ngoku uthi wena nabo nisebenza nawo anivumelani nale nto uba inokwenzeka loo nto
Judge,
vezwa yi-National Planning Commission.
I'm not telling you that. I'm saying we need to find each other to say, are we defining demilitarization as rank, militarization as rank? We need to find each other. We need to contextualize this thing and agree that at the end of the day, that militarization and demilitarization talks to what the Constitution requires of us. And at all times, as the police service, our commitment is to ensure that we offer services to the citizens in accordance with what our Constitution requires us to do.
Into esijongileke kokuba sawuthi ekugqibeleni phaya sibone kokuba lo amapolisa anikeza into insebenzo efanele na kumapolisa ehambelana naleyo ezizimfuno zomgaqo siseko kuwo.
I didn't understand that chapter of the National Planning Commission's report to be based solely on the need to bring the organization and structures and so forth and the mindset of the police service or police forces, the National Planning Commission calls it, in line with the Constitution. It was concerned with broader questions of sound policy and so on. But I won't debate that with you now. But I want to ask you something else. Do you know, have you been informed, whether the Commission communicated with the police service before its report was published? The report was published on the 15th of August, the day before the events at Marikana, which on the Thursday, which culminated in our being here. But do you know whether before that report was published, while the plan was being prepared, the National Planning Commission communicated with the police service and set out their prima facie views and sought response from the South African police?
Umbuzo kokuba i-National Planning Commission le phambi kokuba ipapashele ntetho bathetha ngayo lezitulo baba nalo uthethathethwana namapolisa babona kokuba ezenu izimvo zithini.
I would not say they were discussing the report like all other citizens and various entities in these countries in the various chapters. Police were also engaged, discussed with, made inputs, but they didn't come to discuss the report with us as such.
I'm asking a different question. What I want to know is, before the report was finalized by the Commission, did the Commission communicate with the South African Police Service and inform it of its prima facie views on the matter, which we now find set out in Chapter 12, and did it seek response from the Police Service on those views?
Umbuzo kokuba xa sebefike apha ekugqibeleni ke phambi kokuba benze ezi zinto ezivela kuphaya ku-Chapter 12 babeyithethile nani la mapolisa babuza kokuba nina njengesipolisa nithini kule ntetho?
Judge, I wouldn't know about that one. All I know is that, as I've said, they were engaged, they deliberated on issues, they participated in workshops, we made submissions.
Into endiyazi okokuba kwakukho uthethathethwano phakathi kwethu nabo nezinye intlaka kwabakho ii-workshops abo ezazibanjwa kuthethwa ngale nto.
Do you know whether the police service made any submissions to the National Planning Commission while it was busy with the preparation of its report on the demilitarization or the re-demilitarization issue as it's set out in Chapter 12 of the report?
Unolwazi okokuba bani buzana kokuba nanimfake ezenu imbono noma nafaka ezenu imbono nina njengamapolisa apha kubo phambi kokuba benze le report yokugqibela?
Yes, the police did make submissions.
Ayenza amapolisa lona.
Do you know what those submissions were?
Uyazi okokuba athini amapolisa apho kule ntetho?
I haven't gone through them, but I know that they made submissions.
Ndiyazi okokuba bayenza kodwa ke
it was before my time.
Fundi.
Were they made in writing or orally?
In writing.
In writing?
Yes.
Perhaps we might be favored with a copy at some stage. The next question I want to ask you is this. At page 387 of the report, that's Exhibit FF13, the Commission referred to what it called the militarization of the police in recent years and said this about it. It said it has not garnered greater community respect for police officers, nor has it secured higher conviction rates. And it said that at page 392, that from 2000, the police service gradually started resembling a paramilitary force, and that this process was formalized with the reintroduction of military ranks in 2010. I take it you read that passage in the report. Which was given to you.
Ufunda lento ethethwa apho kuba kusuka ngonyaka 2000 apho umkhosi lo wamapolisa wajike wabonakala ukuba usokusebenza njengomkhosi kwade kwaba ngo-2010 ke xa unikezwa elogunya lokuba ungumkhosi wamapolisa usesisi.
In other words, the culmination of the process of remilitarization was the reintroduction of military ranks. And that occurred with effect from the 1st of April 2010, when the regulations under the South African Police Service Act were amended by Government Notice number R254, the 1st of April 2010, which did away with the previous demilitarized ranks which were introduced in 1994 and went back to the military ranks which had been in existence in the apartheid days before 1994. That was done by regulation. Now, it would be possible, I take it, for those regulations to be amended by the reintroduction of civilian ranks. And we're doing away with military ranks without going to Parliament, simply by the preparation of a regulation in terms of the relevant section of the Police Service Act, Section 24. Has any consideration been given to doing that? To repealing the regulation to which I've referred of the 1st of April 2010 and going back to the situation as it was before that and as it was from the introduction of democracy in this country in 1994?
Umbuzo ka-Chairperson okokuba ingenzeka na lento kokuba ijikwe lento yenziwa nge-1st April 2010 apho kwanikezwa khona umthetho othi amapolisa ase-South African Police Force ase-service uthi ngokujika lonto ibuyisele emva kususwe ezi zirenki ezikhona ngoku.
At this point in time, no consideration has been given to that because, again, judges have said, does changing the title of a person change the behavior of a person? That's the debate that we are in right now.
Ayikabi ke izingcingo kude kube ngoku ngoba umbuzo esibuzayo kokuba kutshentsha irank yomuntu kuyawutshentshana indlela acinga ngayo.
You ask a question, it's not for me to answer you, but some people might answer you by saying that of course you don't just change the police from being a paramilitary or a militarized organization into a demilitarized one by changing ranks. You'd have to go far further than that. You'd have to do something to alter a militarized mindset, if there is such a mindset present in the police force. But the formal outward manifestation of that inward mindset would be the military ranks. And in fact, it appears, the argument would be that the reintroduction of military ranks was done as a culmination of a process of remilitarization which had begun 10 years earlier in 2000. But it's not for you and me to debate that. That may well be covered in the argument, but that would be the view which I presume would be put by those who would support the recommendation of the National Planning Commission. But anyway, you've told us...
Maybe, can I just respond to that, Judge? I just want to say to you, Judge, in terms of our strategy and our approach, our commitment towards the mind change, towards the behavior of police, our code of conduct clearly articulates the direction we would like to take. Our strategy is very, very articulate also in terms of where we would like to take this organization, because we believe that it should be a service that serves the citizens of this country. It is not the rank, and we are doing as much as we can to ensure that on a continuous basis we work on that. And I want to say, you would also recall that we put together 11 agencies of police. So the change management process is going to take quite a while, and it is an area we are prioritizing and that we are focusing on.
njengoba ndisitsho nje mhlekazi okokuba ukushintsha irenki nje nenye into akuyo into besicinga kodwa ke semsebenzini kwangoku singenile apho sizama khona ukushintsha indlela abacinga ngayo amapolisa ukuziphatha nokusebenzela isizwe ngendlela efanele. Uzawukhumbula okokuba kukho amasebe amaninzi nomsebenzi somningi okufanele wenziwe sayazwe apho siqonde khona.
But you've now put it on record that the reintroduction of civilian ranks has not even been considered in the police force as of yet. Now, I'd like to move on to another matter. Apart from the letter you sent on the 23rd of March 2013 to provincial and divisional commissioners, asking them to prepare short 2-slide presentations on the topic of demilitarization, or actually, more accurately, the recommendations of the National Planning Commission, which is Exhibit FFF16. Is anything being done to implement the National Planning Commission's recommendation that what it calls the South African police force be demilitarized as, quote, a short-term objective which should happen in the immediate term? To quote from page 393 of Exhibit FFF13. Is anything being done at all to implement that recommendation?
Kwincwadi yabhalwa wayibhala nge-23 zikaMarch 2013 apho wawubeka khona okokuba makusetshenzwe ngeyiphi indlela okokuba kutshintshwe lindlela ekusetshenzwa ngayo yeforce kuyiwe kwiservice. Kukho into eseyenziwe kude kube ngoku?
Yes, Judge. Over this weekend we had a huge workshop. The consolidated information input that came from the provinces was received. We also invited to that workshop the chairperson of the committee that was responsible for safety and security, coming from the Planning Commission, commissioner, and we had quite some robust engagement.
Safety and Security National Planning Commission.
And he did indicate to us that one of the areas where they felt more work needed to be done was this area, and he has committed himself to work with us further so that as we prepare our first action strategies, we could actually engage on issues where we are feeling that some of the submissions and the issues that we put across were not taken into account.
Kwabakho ingxelo ke kwathethwa okokuba sizawuthi xa siya phambili sibonisane apho kubonakala okokuba into esayiveza kubo ayizange ithathethwe ngqalelo.
And then maybe also just to indicate, Judge, that we're also looking at end of Q3, Q4 for us to have a position that we will be taking to our portfolio committee.
Portfolio committee.
The last question I'd like to ask you on this topic is the following. At page 393 of the Exhibit FFF13, the National Planning Commission recommends that and I'm quoting, that the organizational culture and subculture of the police be reviewed, again to quote, to assess the effects of militarization, demilitarization, and remilitarization. Has such a review been undertaken or considered? That's to review the organizational culture and subcultures of the police.
Ayijongisise lento kuba sebenza ngendlela enjani njengombutho njengeservice iyenziwa lonto nike nayijongisise.
I think a lot has been done in that space, Judge, because even our curriculums for the students that we are taking in, the whole human rights education has now been factored in. I also wish to mention that this year and the following year have been declared the year of the frontline service, because we're saying the face-facing, community-facing platforms of our delivery, we need to do a lot around that. We're busy with plans to look at how over the next 2 years we'll also be using that as a platform of accelerating our behavior change management process to look at how we become customer-focused and that we look at some of the issues that you are mentioning.
Muthi kuninzi sekwenziwe kude kube ngoku nakwi curriculum endlela esifundisa ngayo emapoliseni phaya kuye kwafaka izifundo eziningi ezijongene nemthetho ophathelene noluntu indlela kuzawusetshenzwa ngayo nokuthi abantu sibasebenzelayo basijonge ngayiphi.
I can understand customer focus, but the thrust of this particular recommendation of the National Planning Commission is more specific than that. It talks about an assessment being made of the effects of militarization, demilitarization, and remilitarization. Is that something that's been reviewed, or even being considered for review at the moment?
Into endibuza kokuba into enicingayo ngoku kokuba kuyokwenziwani ngalento yokokuba kutshintshwe ezi zirenki kusetshenzwe ngenye indlela.
I have mentioned that the issue of rank is under debate, and the whole issue of culture is part of our change management process, and we will definitely look into those type of aspects because it's crucial. If we are to achieve what we say we need to achieve, we need to look into those. But also, what I would say, and it's not what the police are saying, I would also say that it's a mutual process. The police are also going to be aided by a citizenry that understand what it means to be law-abiding.
Yes, no, I think the Planning Commission made recommendations about
indlela
this too.
esiya kuyo leyo enye ke into mna ndibeka ngolo hlobo kokuba amapolisa azawufumana uncedo kakhulu kuluntu xa selilazo kokuba umthetho mawugcinwe ngoluphi uhlobo.
I deal with the next topic. We'll take the tea adjournment.
Make sithi xesha letiye kancinci.
What is that? It's not relevant.
Commissions, Sukman.
So I did say I was going to leave that topic of militarization and so on, but there was one question I forgot to ask you, and that is, were you aware of the fact that Pop Crew was opposed to the remilitarization of the police, and particularly to the introduction of military ranks, and that they put up a motivated submission as to why that shouldn't happen? Were you aware of that?
Unalulwazi ukuba i-pop crew ibingavumelana nento yokokuba kubuyiswe lezi renke zomkhosi bade bafaka ingxelo apho babonisa kokuba bachasene nale nto.
I have learnt of that because it was before my time.
Ndayiva loo nto kodwa ke kwakuphambi kwexesha lam. I understand. Right, now I want to move on to the final topic I want to deal with you. And that's your media statement and the internal brief that was sent to the Department of International Relations. Let's deal first with your media statement. That's Exhibit F5. Who drafted it?
Statement oveza kuba kwezintatheli ngubani wasibhala?
We had a communications team there. Andrea Mashihu and
la le communications ekwakulilo lali nikwe lo msebenzi.
Sorry, who drafted it?
I have indicated, Judge, that we had a communications team.
Yeah.
Andrea was there,
Yeah.
and a Mashihu.
I see. So, can we regard them as the two main draft persons, if one can call them that, of the statement?
Yes, what they were doing was to collate information, and they were the drafters.
I see. When did they draft it?
Through the night of the 16th to the early hours of the 17th.
Okay.
Now,
the internal brief for the Department of International Relations, which is also for the eyes of the President, which is Exhibit F4, who drafted that?
intetho eyayithunyelwa kwi-international relations eyade yafika kurhulumente ophethe ilizwe yabhalwa ngubani yona?
At the same time when we were doing that, we had to prepare the internal brief because we needed to also brief the minister as indicated.
So did the same people...
elo xesha yabhalwa ngalo elo xesha ngoba kwakudingeka ukuba kwazise umphathiswa.
Did the same people who drafted your media statement F5, did they draft the internal brief Exhibit F4?
Yes.
Ababantu uthethe ngabababini babebhala ababhala nalenye ingxelo eyagqithiselwa urhulumente ewe.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you have a chance to read it before it was sent to the Minister of International Relations and the President?
Phambi kokuba ithunyelwe kumphathiswa we-international relations waba nethuba lokuba uyifunde?
Yes, I did.
When ndayifunda.
Have you read it since?
Emva koko uke waphinde wayifunda futhi?
Yes, I did.
Ewe.
Now, the briefing you received on the night of the 16th of August, was it the same, essentially, as what was contained in the internal brief which went for the eyes of the President?
Iwayibona nge-16 kwaba yiyo le eyanikezwa ukuze ibonwe nangu-President.
Largely so.
I see. Thank you. Now, did you notice, before you read out Exhibit F5 at the media briefing, that there appears to be an important change between these two statements? Did you notice any change, or any important change between these two statements before you read out Exhibit F5 at the media briefing?
Phambi kokuba ufundele i-F5 phaya kwezintatheli, kukho uguquko wawulibona lwale khona phakathi kwezi statement ezimbili lwalibaluleke gqitha?
I'm not sure, Judge, what that change.
Right, well, let me explain.
Yes.
Ndazi oluguquko othetha ngalo lolu Judge.
You see, Triple F4, that's the internal brief, speaks of two separate incidents and gives two separate casualty figures. And it talks of the police having to defend themselves at the end of the first incident from a charging group, resulting in the death of 16 protesters and the wounding of 13 more at that scene. So in other words, it describes separately what happened at scene 1 with separate casualty figures and the statement that at the end of that incident, the police had to defend themselves from a charging group. Whereas one doesn't see that in Exhibit FFF5. It doesn't talk in terms of two separate incidents. It doesn't give two separate casualty figures for each of the two scenes. And it describes, and this is perhaps the most important point, it describes the whole operation as having ended with the militant group having, quote, stormed towards the police, firing shots and wielding dangerous weapons, and the police retreating systematically and being forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves. Now, the effect of these changes is to create the distinct impression in the mind of the listener and the reader that the police at the end of scene 1, which could be seen, the actions of the police at the end of scene 1, which could be seen on the media video clips, and which were arguably covered by the principles of private defense, occurred not at the end of scene 1, but at the end of scene 2. Now, such an impression would be incorrect. There were, on the information presently before the Commission, no media clips of the killings at scene 2. There was no storming by a militant group, and there was no systematic retreat by the police at scene 2. Did you not notice this change?
Uzanguyiboneke le mahluko ekhona apha uthi kwezi statement ezimbili umahluko ohlukile ocacileyo kokuba kwesokucala uye wacacisa kokuba kwenzeka ntoni kwasweleka abantu abangaki konzakala abangaki nokuthi amapolisa adubula apho ezikhusela kanti kwesi sesibi uthi kusekugqibeleni kwezi zinto uchazwa kokuba sisehlakalo esesesibili ubungqina obuvele apha ukuthi kwakukho umfanekiso eyathathwa phaya kwisehlakalo sesibili.
Chair, may we request that the two statements be placed before the witness? It's been a long question.
I must confess, I assumed she had them before her. It's perfectly reasonable request. It's FFF4 and FFF5.
I just want the number. Which one is 4? Which one is 5?
This is 4.
This is 4.
This is the one for the minister. No, this is the one.
This one is 5. Okay.
This is no. That's 5. That is 4.
This is 4.
4.
Okay. And this is 5. All right. I just wanted that number.
All right.
So
Do you have them in front of you?
Yeah. I had them, but I was asking myself which one is 4, which one is 5.
All right. Okay. Now let's take it slowly because it's an important question. And obviously important that you have the full picture before you answer the question. FFF4, page 2, the fourth paragraph, perhaps I can read it. When the police started deploying, this is the one for the eyes of the President. When the police started deploying the barbed wire fencing, a militant group from the protesters, armed with weapons, pangas, spears, axes and firearms, hastily flanked the vehicles deploying the wire. They were met by members from the police who tried to riposte the advance with stun grenades. The attempt was unsuccessful, and the police members had to employ force to protect themselves from the charging group. This resulted in the death of 16 protesters with 13 wounded at that scene. That's scene 1. The dispersion action had commenced at this time, and the protesters were driven from their stronghold to a high bushy ground in the close vicinity. The police members encircled the area and attempted to force the protesters out by means of water cannons, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. The police advanced to arrest the armed protesters, resulting, I take it that should be resulted, in police officers having to again employ force to defend themselves at close quarters. This resulted in 13 more protesters' deaths, with 15 more wounded at the second incident. Separate casualty figures, second incident, no mention of a charging group. That's what that statement says. Now, if we look at the next statement, the media statement, FF5, that you say was drafted by the same people. It obviously was drafted later because the death toll is different. The death toll in FF4 is 16 dead at scene 1, 13 dead at scene 2, that adds up to 29. One reads FF5, the foot of page 2, there's 34 people dead. So clearly that statement was written subsequently. A lot of the language is the same. So one can understand that it was the same people, but a lot of the language is the same. But the difference comes when one reads towards the foot of the second page. It's the third paragraph from the foot. When the police started deploying the barbed wire fencing, the group of protesters armed with dangerous weapons and firearms hastily flanked the vehicles deploying the wire. The language is very similar to FF4. They were met by members from the police who tried to riposte the advance with water cannon, tear gas, as well as stun grenades. The attempt was unsuccessful, and the police had to employ force to protect themselves from the charging group. The dispersion action had commenced at this time, and the armed protesters were driven from their stronghold to a high bushy ground in the close vicinity. The police members encircled the area and attempted to force the protesters out by means of water cannons, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. The militant group stormed towards the police, firing shots and wielding dangerous weapons. Police retreated systematically and were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves. Total death toll of the protesters currently stands at 34, with more than 78 injured. Total number arrested is 259. Now, there's a significant change in language. The language is more or less the same as we go along, but right at the end, where the previous statement had talked about two scenes, and I read those passages, now there's been an alteration. Now, the question I ask you is, did you notice the change in language? Before you read FF5 at the meeting, at the media conference?
okokuba intetho ethethayo icisifana nokodwa ke ukwenzeka kwezehlakalo kohlukile apho bethi kwesokuqala kwasweleka abantu abangu-16 kwenzakala abangu-13 kwenzeka yonke lento okokuba amapolisa anza zonke inzame aze kwafika apho kufanele khona bazikhusele. Kwesi sesibini ithetha ngabantu abangama-34 abasweleka. Kuthethwa apha engakuba esisenze sehlakalo kwaba sisohlakalo esisodwa apho abaqhankqalazi beza ngesantya beza ngasemapoliseni. Amapolisa asebenzisa rubber bullets, basebenzisa stun grenades ne-CI, bohluleka ke kwase kufika apho kufanele bazikhusele bona ngokusebenzisa amandla andisiweyo apho kuzawusweleka aba bantu inani labo elingapha ngu-34.
My response to that, Judge, would be that the internal statement and the external statement, given the fact that this was going to go public to everybody, and at a time when really some of the facts were still outstanding in terms of numbers, those people that have been flown with helicopters to hospital and all, for the external public, really, we were trying to avoid being maybe too specific and all, that you craft your statement and your language in a manner that it doesn't do this. But the internal one, we knew that it is for internal consumption. That's what I would posit as a possible answer to the differences.
Esesinye sasiya kumaphephandaba kungapheleli yonke imidanti yezinto ezenzeka kungakafiki okokuba ababathethwe bayiswa ezibhedlela kwenzeke ntoni ngabo. Esesesibili sabhalwa ngokugcwele ngoba kwakusistatement esasiyawufundwa ngaphakathi.
The casualty figures are different, and they prove that F5 must have been written after F4 because more people had died in the meanwhile. Sorry? Well, they came to know more people who died. Yes. So F5 is clearly written after F4. So whoever had drafted F4 sat down with F5, followed most of the language of F4, but made the changes to which I've referred you. Now, the question is, did you notice the changes when you read out F5?
Umbuzo uthi F5 sabhalwa emva kokuba kubhalwe F4 kuyabonakala ngoba kukho izinto ezithize eziyozongezwe bezingekho phaya. Umbuzo ukuthi ubeyibonile naleyo nguquko.
Perhaps I should ask you a different question first. Did you peruse and check F5 before you read it at the media conference, or did you just read it sort of sight unseen, as it were, at the media conference?
Umbuzo kokuba wayijongisisana le ntetho phambi kokuba ayiveze phaya kumaphephandaba noma wayithetha nje.
Judge, there were not similar statements. This one, I knew that I was facing the world. And I actually needed to be even more cautious in terms of how I put my language and my words.
So you did read it beforehand? You did read it beforehand?
Yes, I did.
And you'd received the same briefing the night before that's in F4, that's what you said, and you'd read F4 before it went off to the President, but the question I asked you is, did you notice the change to which I have referred? If you didn't notice the change, you didn't. But the question is, did you notice the change?
Umbuzo kokuba wabona na kokuba asifani kukho inguquko ethize khona kwezi statement ezimbili.
It wasn't my point of focus because these statements are doing two different things. The President is in Mozambique, and I need to say, they're phoning to say the President must be able to make a decision whether he's staying there, whether he's coming over. So that's a different focus altogether to say, what do we have at hand, what can we say? But this one, I am now having to, and remember we're even being asked to do the press statement that evening, and I said to the team, we're not ready to do a press statement at 10 p.m. Let's use the night to actually see what has happened, get the facts, and prepare our statements. And we almost didn't sleep looking at the statement.
Senze loo ntetho ngokusihlwa kodwa ke ndayimisa kuba masisebenzise ubusuku obusifumane yonke imidanti imininingwane ngaphambi kokuba siye siveze le nto.
So my answer to you, Judge, is that that language comparison really didn't come to my mind.
Okay. So you didn't notice the change, I understand. So you can't then tell me why the change was made, nor can you tell me who was responsible for it. I must ask Captain Adreo for that question, I presume.
In terms of?
I say, in the view of what you've told me, that you didn't notice the change, you can't tell me why it was made, nor can you tell me who was responsible for it. I take it I must ask Captain Adreo that when he comes.
Judge, I am saying the statement that is internal, really. This one, I was focusing on what do I tell the world about what has happened. The other one, I'm trying to say, this is what we think has happened at this point in time. If you have to take decision, this is the account that we're having at this point. And you would see that a lot of that is carried in this statement, Judge. And it was important for us, in a statement such as this one, it was important for us not to be putting in detail that may not have been fully confirmed and all those things. So even the languaging was more what you to give a media type of.
Yes, I understand. You concede there were changes. The question I'm asking you is, who was responsible for the changes? Were you responsible, or was Captain Adreo and the other were Captain Adreo and the other gentleman who's helping him responsible for the changes?
I had the communication team to put together the facts for us in a manner that we would be able to give a media report.
You haven't answered the question yet. The question I ask you is simply this. There were changes. Whether they're consequential would presumably be a matter of debate. But who is responsible for the changes? Were you responsible, or were the two persons of the team to whom you referred? In which case, I will ask Captain Adreo why the changes were made.
At the end
into
of the
ndifuna
day,
ukwazi
Judge,
ukuba nguwe owayenze kanene iteam yakho ngiko ndithi ndifuna ukubuza uCaptain Dreyer ukuba xa kunguye wayitshintshelani le ntetho.
at the end of the day, I read the statement. It is not
Ekugqibeleni.
Andrea and Mashego who read the statement.
Safunda sim statement.
I actually had to
esaku-Andrea.
say I am comfortable to read the statement as it is written.
Ndeneliseka ukuba ndisifunde statement.
I understand
njengoba
you're responsible for the statement and you're not trying to run away from that responsibility, and I understand that. But I'm interested in who made these changes. Was the person or persons had a document in front of them. They followed it very largely. They made some little changes near the end. And I want to know why, who did it? Well, I think it's clear, is it, that it was those two gentlemen, Captain Dreyer and his colleague. So why they did it, you can't really tell me, I take it. So I must ask them. Is that fair?
It's,
abo abazisa olutshintsho fanele ndibuze bona ndikabuzi wena xa ungazi wena.
it's fair, Judge, but I'm the owner and the reader of
No,
the
no,
statement.
Umnikazi
At the
ke
end of the
jaji
day.
ndimi umuntu okufanele athathe olo xanduva.
In other words, if the
lokufunda
statement
eso
was
sibalo.
misleading and the public were misled into thinking that what they saw on television at the end of scene one was in fact the end of all the killings, and they were all covered by the apparent private defense argument, then the responsibility for that misleading is yours.
Ingxelo eyavela phaya nento ebayibona kumabonakude ya.
That's an if question. I know you don't like answering this question.
Esisokuqala kwaba
That is
sisophela.
the question I have to ask you.
Judge, I do not think that there was ever intention of misleading anybody.
Injongo ke yokuba kuxolisa abantu yayingekho tu judge.
Thank you. Those are the questions I wanted to ask you.
Ibapho enkosi ndiyabule.
That's the end of... there's no point in getting General Mpembe back now at 10 to 4. So we will adjourn until tomorrow morning.
Chair,
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Thursday morning, sorry. Thursday morning at 9:30 for General Mpembe.
Chair, before we adjourn, may I pose, arising from your questions, may I pose one question to the witness?
Yes, of course.
Umbuzo obe mnye nje mhlekazi
indebted
emva
to the
kwembuzo
chair.
yakho.
National Commissioner, you were referred to an extra FF13. That's the NDP report.
Uye wabuzwa apha nge-report le national NDP.
Do you know what is the status of that report, and for lack of a better phrase, within government structures within government? Do you know the status of the report?
Report le yenziwa ngaba be-NDP uyazi okokuba ingaphi ngoku ifike phi phaya kwezombuso kwi-government.
It is an aspirational document. It's a working document that all of us must engage, and actually out of that deliberate and prepare plans that can try and deal with some of the aspirations that are articulated here.
Report ke isa phononongwa phaya into ekufanele kokuba sijonge sisonke ukuthi ekugqibeleni sisebenze sibambise.
In your understanding, is it a report that requires?
This is re-examination, not cross-examination. I'll allow you to ask another question. You already asked permission to ask one, but I'll allow you to ask another, provided it's not a leading question or one amounting to cross-examination.
I do apologize for saying it's one question, Chair. I think I fell into the trap of most of my colleagues who say one then end up with five.
It's a trap
I
for
meant
which,
two.
for which there is precedent. I won't say good precedent, but there's precedent.
I shall be mindful of that trap. I would like to ask a second last question. And it's just an understanding whether, as SABS, do you understand it to be a report that requires cabinet approval or not?
Nge-SABS ke
And-
le report nijonga njengento ekufanele ukuba
That is the question, Chair.
ijongwe icabinet yonke okokuba ifumane apho indlela ezosetshenziswa ngayo.
Advocate, just repeat that question again.
Ungandiphindela umbuzo lo, advocate?
I wanted to know SAB's understanding of the status of the report. According to SABS, is it their understanding that it's a report that requires cabinet approval?
Cabinet approval in which sense?
In a sense that, is it before the report is implemented or is binding, it must first be considered and approved by cabinet or not. Is that not necessary?
Okokuba leyo report phambi kokuba kube into esebenzayo kufanele ifumane igunya phaya kwicabinet okokuba ingasetshenziswa.
Man,
If you don't know the answer, you can say you don't know, but if you do know the answer, we'd like to hear it.
Commissioner usho hayi andiyazi loo nto noma ndiyayazi.
my understanding is that it's a report that has been adopted by government, but what we have to do is to engage it, and because it's aspirational, it's a working document, it doesn't read a martial order for you to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It says engage the ideas that are here because it's a dream of this country. How do we make it realize? Some of the dreams would realize, some won't.
Into evunyiweke phaya phezulu kodwa ke into esasebenza kokuba mayisetshenziswe.
I was thanking the chair for the opportunity.
No, I want to ask you, before you thank me, let me hear my last question. Do you know whether this report was approved by a Congress of the government party at Mankarung and endorsed by the President in his State of the Nation speech earlier this year in Parliament?
Unalo ulwazi okokuba yavunyelwa phaya kwinhlanganiso kwingqungquthela yaseMangaung yasayinwa nguPresident welilizwe.
Very true, Judge, but also there are still areas that are highly debated.
Kunjalo Judge, kodwa ke kusekhona izindawo
Thank you.
ezijongwe.
We can now take the adjournment until Thursday morning at 9:30 when Major General Mpembe will come back. Thank you for your evidence, National Commissioner. I promised myself I wouldn't say that. Thank you for your evidence, National Commissioner. I'm sorry it took so long, and I'm sorry there were the interruptions, but thank you for the trouble you took to come back. And we wish you bon voyage to Zimbabwe tomorrow.
I thank you, Judge, for having given me the opportunity to give evidence to this commission, and I wish the commission well.
The Fishery Commission.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and goes.